Oh, look at the crowds, they're giving us a little wave to Kev, our cameraman, and I'm here once again. We're here until 2 o'clock, bringing you all the inside analysis before the final tee-off this afternoon. The big story is Brian Harman leading the way by 5 strokes. Will he be lifting the claret jug come the end of the day? He's being chased, though. Delighted to be joined this morning by Johnny Morgan. John, good to see you. How are you?
I'm great.
This is super exciting, isn't it? The drama of the final day of an Open Championship, and Brian Harman. My goodness, what golf he played for the last couple of days, the last 3 days.
Oh, stellar, isn't it? I mean, literally nerves of steel.
Yeah.
I mean, probably waking up in the morning going, have I really got a 5-shot lead? You know,
yeah.
And you know,
he was down on the range, wasn't he? After a round, he came down here and he was still practicing after shooting that round of 69 rounds of 67, 65 on day 2 with that eagle on the 18th hole, and then a 60 to back up a 65 with a 69 is remarkable golf.
It is remarkable golf, and I got to say, I work with Jamie Spence quite a lot, and he predicted a left-hander would win it, and he went for Bob over Brian, and he's like,
did he?
Damn
Well,
it.
Pete Finch at the start of the week said he said Brian Harman's going to win this.
Well, you know, if you think of it, 18 is a really troublesome hole and a difficult tee shot, and he fades it away from the trouble, where everyone's kind of fading it towards the trouble.
Yeah.
So it's a really good plan, and I think he's done his own work, and I think Brian, he's reaping the benefits.
Well, he certainly is. Brian from Savannah, Georgia. I just need to tell you about Brian Harman's putting. 33 putts from 5 feet or less, he got all of them.
Yeah.
From 6 feet to 10 feet, he got all of them. No 3 putts, and he says, I expect to hold putts. It was all about that over the last 3 days for him, wasn't it?
It is, and you think if that is your, you know, what you're brilliant at and you're able to do and conjure up and get it done, I mean, that's just going to win you tournaments relentlessly.
Yeah, in contrast, Rory McIlroy, I mean, he was back on the putting green. He didn't do any interviews after his round of golf yesterday, went straight back to the putting green because it just didn't happen for him yesterday.
No, same with him, with Tommy Fleetwood, both of them, you know, just couldn't buy a putt all day. You could see the frustration building on both players, and they were just like, oh my goodness, I'm hitting all these shots, can't get them close enough to give myself a better chance. There always seemed to be like 20, you know, 15, 20 feet all the time. They couldn't get it any closer than that.
Yeah. Brian Harman's nearest contender is, well, one of them is Jon Rahm. He's out in the penultimate group with Victor Hovland. Brian Harman is with Cameron Young, who had that brilliant round, final run at St Andrews, didn't he? 65 from Cam Young in the final round, wasn't to be. Cam Smith, 64. He was pipped at the post, but he's never won on the PGA Tour. Corn Ferry Tour, yes, but Cam Young looking for a major victory.
I mean, if you think of it, finished second in the major last year at St Andrews. He's second already, you know, coming into the final round. He loves links. He's a danger man.
Yeah.
Watch out for Cameron Young. What some player, and he knows how to work it out. You know, during the course of today as well. Final round, the wind's going to switch.
Yeah.
Watch how they prevail after that. We'll have to wait and see.
I mentioned Jon Rahm. It was a 63 from him yesterday. Yeah. He said it was one of the best rounds of his life on links turf.
Yeah, without question. I mean, literally, if you watched him, we were here yesterday, he was striping it, little baby face, kind of up into the breeze, looked like he had it on a piece of string. Obviously, it's Jon Rahm, munches it, being very aggressive. It was a benign day at the office yesterday, though. Diane took full advantage. It
certainly was benign. I mean, it was sort of birdies being made all over the place. But in terms of Rahm, after the first round, he shot a 74. Day 1, and he was tied 89th. Yeah. He only just scraped and made the cut, finishing at 2 over, didn't he? High five. Who's that? Sorry.
Michael Stewart, good boy. Played on the Euro Pro a couple of years back, and really and honestly, from Scotland, he's an absolute cracking lad, having the time of his life here at the Open. I'm wishing him all the best of luck. He's brought his family down, you know, fans, everyone just following him. I mean,
he's a great guy, isn't he?
Oh, he's lovely, and it's just amazing to see him come up through, you know, the hard path, if you want to call it, the rough and ready.
Yeah.
You know, you're in your stripes. You know, you have to go through the whole 9 yards and all through the leagues to get here, and here he is at the biggest stage, doing brilliant.
Oh, that is amazing. We will speak about the leaders in just a moment, but maybe we could have a quick look at the leaderboard and just to clarify exactly where everyone stands, with Brian Harman right at the top. That brilliant round 16. I'm just so impressed with. We were speaking yesterday, 2 under would be fantastic on this course after a 65. So let's take a quick look now and confirmation that he is 12 under par, leads by 5 strokes. Cam Young is there at -7. Jon Rahm 6 under. Victor Hovland, remember he went out in that final group with Rory McIlroy at St Andrews last year, didn't didn't he? It wasn't to be.
No, it wasn't to be, but this is a man, Victor Hovland, that has learnt how to play in the wind. I mean, last year I got to watch him over in very blustery conditions, and he just got blown off the golf course. He's learnt the craft, he knows how to play, he knows how to knock a few shots down, take some yardages off it. Very, very good.
There's Alex Fitzpatrick, the Fitzpatrick brothers doing incredibly well. Matt is a little bit further down. There he is, tied 17th. And what a week for those boys. Parents must be so proud.
So proud. I mean, Alex is a stunning young lad as well. And it's just lovely to see him up there, because obviously so much emphasis on Matt Fitzpatrick being US Open champion last year, and coming in, he's a constant winner on the DP World Tour, worldwide as well, and Alex got big shoes to fill. Can we go this far down to look for an Open Championship winner? Too far away? I think too far away, if I'm totally honest. The way Harman's playing, the low score's got to come from the bunch that are closest to him right now. They got to shoot at 65, and hopefully he has a bad day at the office, because he doesn't look like he's going to have one. He looks pretty, pretty content with his game, and he looks really calm. So. Well, I've got a stat for you. Only 2 players in the last 40 years in major championships have had this big a lead and lost. John Van der Velde, 1999, remember that one, and also Greg Norman in the Masters, 1996, being Faldoed. So, it's looking pretty rosy for Brian Harman, but you've got the test of Hoylake in front of you and 18 holes and nerves that you've never felt before, basically. Yeah, and you've got some stellar company behind you. Cameron Young, John Rahm. Oh, you mentioned Rahm. Well, actually, George caught up with him yesterday, straight off the course, and this is what George and Rahm chatted about after Rahm's 63 course record yesterday.
Sure. John Rahm. Enjoy that drink, because that was a seriously hot round of golf. How did you enjoy that today?
It was extremely fun. Early on the morning when it was raining, it looked like it was going to be a bit of a battle, but I was of the mindset that today was a perfect day to make up shots, and I was able to just do that.
How crazy is it to look at your card? You were 1 under through 8, and then all of a sudden 8 under at the end of the day?
Yeah, but it's funny, all those holes that were the difficult stretches the last few days, it became the easy holes because they were downwind. So 11, 12, and 14 were playing much shorter, and again, I was able to take advantage of those in the par 5s. Obviously an extremely good back 9, right? I did everything I needed to do and made a few bonus putts.
How does it feel to be running that hot on a Saturday at the Open Championship?
I'm just happy to have done everything I could to put myself in contention, I said yesterday on media that it's great to make cuts and majors, but you want to be playing for the championships. And, I'm happy I'm back at it again.
There we go. Welcome to the Open. Well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, just a sensational round from John Rahm, 63 on day 3. Hello, Gareth Bale just walks past. My goodness, I think we'll get a chat with him, hopefully, very shortly. He's just going to do a couple of media things, and well, you look like you're good mates with Gareth Bale.
We got stuck on a plane once, actually. We were just chewing the fat for absolutely about 2-3 hours. Totally golf obsessed.
Yeah.
I mean, he's built. He's got a little franchise he's putting together now, doing these like indoor simulator things where people come and play and have a few cocktails as well and enjoy their time and play on some lovely golf courses. So he loves all that.
He's an ambassador for the RNA, promoting the game, He's done a brilliant campaign with Golf Wales. We'll talk about that later on, but he's got an incredible golf swing. I interviewed him a few times at Celtic Manor. I was blown away with how good he is. Yeah, I could take him out there. Yeah. Honestly. Do you remember that Champions League goal? There, take him down. Do you remember that Champions League goal, which I'd like to talk to him about? Real Madrid against Liverpool, and it was that bicycle kick, wasn't it? Oh, amazing. Mate, it don't get much better. It doesn't. Gareth has got some it's not just us here at the range and celebrities walking past. Out and about is George. George, where exactly are you today?
Well, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Hope all's well at the range. Can't believe it is the final day here at Royal Liverpool. Classic links conditions as I've made my way to the 18th green. The wind is humming back down this fairway, so there could be some opportunities for eagles and to reach this green and two. So we've just timed it perfectly, actually, guys. They're here to cut the pin, Sunday pin at the Open. Where's it going to be? Well, it's 22 paces on, 7 from the left. It was here last time at Royal Liverpool from memory. And look at this, great timing to see them all at their work here. With this wind humming down the player's back, it's going to be quite difficult to stop the ball if you do carry all those intimidating bunkers at the front, which have got plenty of attention this week, haven't they? They've created some good drama on 18, and I'm sure there'll be more today. Very cool to see them at their work here, cutting this hole. Now this is the level, so they've got a little machine there which tells us what slope the green is. You're not allowed to have a pin anywhere that's more than 2 degrees of angle. This green is certainly not going to have an issue with that. Connor Finlay and Grant Moyer working overtime to get this perfect. But guys, yeah, the atmosphere is slowly building. The crowds are all taking photos on the 18th, but it's crazy to think that in a few hours' time this place will be jam-packed with an Open champion.
Thanks very much, George. And that this 18th hole, it's really been a risk and reward hole, hasn't it, over the last 3 days? The stroke average is 5.0, 5 eagles, 120 birdies, 188 pars, George, 43 bogeys and 32 double bogeys or worse. Did you see any double bogeys or worse from your vantage point over the last few days?
I think the bunkers are where those double bogeys come into play. We've seen some struggles here. We saw Justin Thomas go from one to the other. So there's plenty
You're standing
of drama,
next to the
no
bunker
doubt
where,
about it.
Justin Thomas had a few problems in that bunker, didn't he? And also Rory McIlroy. You were recreating the leg up on day one. Can you do it again, George?
That was in fact right here, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. It was simply sensational. One of the best moments of the week, just with the crowd cheering, the amphitheatre that is around that 18th green, supporting McIlroy. We said, yesterday it was a bit of a. It really didn't get going for him on the greens yesterday, George. What have you seen from Rory's demeanour the last few days, especially yesterday?
Yes, obviously Rory's been great and he seemed to be good, but just hasn't quite got foreign, has he? A little bit slow with the putter, and then it's tough links conditions. It's hard to get on a run, and unfortunately he's just probably a little bit too far back today, isn't he?
Yeah, we're seeing how far we can go back down that leaderboard. Cam Young, obviously, and John Rahm are his nearest contenders, and Victor Hovland, as we mentioned. Thanks, George. We'll let you do a little bit of roaming. We'll come back to you very shortly. But here, we always talk about the conditions here on the range. Yeah. Pretty benign here, but we are slightly sheltered across the road. The geography of this place is you come across the road. The course is over there, isn't it? And it's still. What's the wind doing today in terms of miles per hour?
Well, it's pretty much similar straight off the get-go for the players, but by all accounts it's supposed to do a complete 180 during the course of the day, which is going to really upset the apple cart for the players because they haven't played that wind all week.
No.
So literally all different clubs, all different kind of structure, strategic kind of ideas that they have for the hole. Got to reverse them, do it all differently.
That makes it super exciting.
Oh,
we
does,
want that in an Open
Championship,
don't we? We really do. Let's have a look at the tee times, the key tee times. Shubhankar Sharma, what an Open Championship he's had playing with Alex Fitzpatrick. They are out at 135. Tell us a bit about Sharma.
Well, one of the nicest men you'll ever meet, really. Sat down with him last year at IPS Hander, literally diamond of a guy. Spoke very gentle, very positive. Never worries about his form, like he was not going through the best of form, but he takes it on the chin. He says, my work ethic will get me through. So he's all very calm, cool and collected. And we obviously got Alex Fitzpatrick, which had a cracking day yesterday.
Yeah.
Wow, a good win plan.
65.
65. I mean, hold that beautiful
yesterday.
putt on 17. I was there. That's what I'll cover. But that big slinging one off the right-hand side, hold it, a big fist pump as well. Parents looking on, absolutely overjoyed. Family are here, and I remember playing with him 2 years ago with Marcus Armitage. In final qualifying at St Anne's Old Links, and here he is. I mean, he should have got through then, but no surprise that he's here now, putting on a performance.
Yeah, his rounds so far, 74, 70, 65. Next tee time is at 1:45, 10 minutes of course. They were 11 for the first 2 rounds. Tommy Fleetwood and Sepp Straka. Recent winner on the PJ Tour, the Austrian John. Great to see him at 5 under with Tommy, who didn't, as we say. Well, just a quick word on Straka before we move to Tommy.
Yeah. Well, cracking player. Won the JDC, the John Deere Classic, a couple of weeks back in great performance. Had the 59 watch, stuck it in the water down the last, but shot 62 to get over the line and winning on the PJ Tour. Stunning player.
Wow.
Obviously in Luke.
Wow.
Oh, amazing. He's obviously in Luke Donald's thoughts now massively for the Ryder Cup.
That is sensational. And Tommy Fleetwood looking a little bit dejected after his round yesterday. Level par round, wasn't it, for Tommy? 71, 2 71s after that opening round of 66. He's just going to feel he's left a bunch of shots out there.
You could tell. You just demeanor, his look on his face. He knew probably left about 3 or 4 out there, and he needed that 3 and 4. You need to get as close to harmony as you possibly can to give yourself that good chance and run up into it, you know, because 7 shots behind is a big leap, isn't it? I mean, he has to go and do something ramish, you know, shoot at 63 and then hope
But
Brian
then you're
just...
probably going to see others do the same.
Yeah, you would think so, but then Tommy's a great wind player, great links player.
Yeah.
If it gets tough out there, it's supposed to be getting over 20 miles an hour, that's going to play into his hands. That's a whole different ball game, different ball flight altogether. Tommy Fleetwood, yeah, watch out. Hopefully fireworks happen today for him.
Come on, Tommy. At 1:55, Jason Day, major champ Jason Day from back in 2015 with Antoine Rosner, both plays at -5. And moving on to 2:05, Victor Hovland and John Rahm. For Hovland, it was a 66 on day 3. For John Rahm, that's 63, as we say, the course record, and no drop shots in that round. Just the 8 birdies, you know, making golf look easy. 6 birdies on the back 9, and finally Cameron Young with Brian Harmon. They tee off, our final tee off for the final day, the 151st Open Championship. Cam Young, don't forget, his rounds of golf at St Andrews last year, 64, 69, 71, and it was a 65 on the final day. I don't know, John, I've got a good feeling about Cam Young today.
I think you have every right to think that way as well, though, Di. I mean, you've done your homework, you can see the rounds. He loves links, he's playing great golf, he's knocking on the door for a major championship. Don't be surprised he puts in a nice little round a day, and he's going head to head with Brian. You know, if all of a sudden there's a 2-shot swing on the first hole, second hole, all of a sudden it's in your head.
My goodness,
You know
Brian
what I mean?
Harmon, or is it Ricky Ponting?
Oh, well, no, it's a bit of both, isn't it?
Ricky was on the range yesterday, and we
Ricky's
did a
just got a
comparison.
few more grey hairs,
No,
that's all.
no, it's great to have them
Just
down.
happens.
They came over here and had a little bit of respite because it was raining at Old Trafford. The stands really, my goodness, they are really filling up, as you would expect.
Oh, yeah, no doubt
and
about
this
it.
is one of the best views in golf, isn't it? Can you give us a wave? Good morning. Good
Yeah,
morning.
they're all like,
hello. Good. You're
they're loving
live.
life, aren't they?
There we
Ready to go.
Oh yeah. Oh, cheery. I've just planted a few friends in there.
Yes,
No,
you
joking.
have.
We've had such a brilliant time over the last 7 days. We really have. We started broadcasting on Monday, and we've giggled, we've laughed, we've been entertained, we've watched sport at the highest level. Let's take a look at some of the best bits. These will make you chuckle. Here we go. We're warming up slowly here, but we're expecting around 260,000 through the gates come the end of tomorrow. Who will be champion golfer of the year? It really is all to play for.
2 Georges as well. Look at that. Hi, Jeff.
It sort of reconfirms what I already suspected, was that I'm really not a very good golfer.
Oh, what do you play off?
I'm off 5 and a bit.
Oh, excellent. What about yourself, Ricky?
I play off 2.
I mean, is that like a matchup or what? Are you having that?
It never rains in the northwest, does it?
Never.
Never. It really doesn't. Who are you watching today?
Rory, definitely.
And look who it is. Our mate, Mr. McElroy. I've got none other than Ricky Fowler. 4 under today. You've just done a big media loop. That must have mean you played pretty well.
I played better in the first 2 days.
John Rahm. Enjoy that drink, because that was a seriously hot round of golf. How did you enjoy that today?
It was extremely, extremely fun.
Oh, Tommy, Tommy. You, as a local lad, what would it mean to see Tommy go well today?
Oh, I'm here to support him massively and get behind him. Every Scouser is right there with him, with urging him on to get through.
You think you could do that? I mean, that would be... You would probably hit the water bottle, Tony.
But my predictions this week have been absolutely unbelievably spot on. So
Can we see the smug face?
the last man to leave the putting green is going to be Brian Harman. His last few putts, he must really feel as though there is a real tension.
We'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye.
Follow the 151st Open in unrivaled detail on the Open.com and the Open app. Go behind the scenes with Live at the Range from Monday to Sunday of Open Week.
Yeah, that was flush.
Track every shot hit at the championship and get real-time statistics with ShotView. Get minute-by-minute coverage on the go with Open Radio.
Jumping up and down. It's an unbelievable bunker shot.
Follow feature groups throughout each day of the championship and soak up all the action on the incredible 17th hole with the Par 3 channel. All streamed live on the Open.com and the Open app. Get closer to the Open wherever you are.
Welcome back to Live at the Range, the final day of the 151st. John, I know you've had a great week. You've been on the 17th all week.
Yeah.
What was the highlight for you? I'm imagining a hole-in-one could be right up there.
Oh, yeah, and he's down the far end of that range. I mean, he's probably
Tell us
got
who it. Remind us who it is.
Travis Smythe from Australia,
Yeah.
and literally beautiful little pitching wedge. I think it was pitching wedge. Drew it with the breeze to the back left flag, one hop. Little banks just before a hole, about an inch, and then plop, in it went. Thank you very much. Crowd went absolutely crazy. I mean, now he's in the history books at the Open Championship of having a hole-in-one at Little Eye. Brilliant.
Oh, Little Eye, such a great hole. Let's have a look at the virtual of his hole-in-one. Here we go. Take a look at this. There we go, John.
Well, this is brilliant. I mean, this has caused havoc for so many players. I mean, this left pin, I mean, the action we got down on the left side of the green was insane. Over the back, caused loads of problems. Played 132 yards on the second day, and this is what we were waiting for. It just came in beautifully on the breeze, one hop. Thank you very much.
It was
and
great,
the crowd
wasn't
went
it?
wham! It just all of a sudden went 3 rows in the box. He said if there was a if there was a football, if there was someone with a photo, there was all 3 bums were off the deck. We all jumped at the same. Mate, we just went nuts because we've been waiting for it.
I love that.
Yeah,
I love that.
It was amazing.
It's just you never know when you're going to get these moments of brilliance on the course. Do you?
You need little holes like that.
Yeah,
though,
you do.
Really do. I mean, next year we're at Troon. They got the postage stamp and little
amazing.
cracker, so we're going to be in for a treat there as well. But here, Little Eye has shown that it packs a big punch for a little hole.
Well, it's 132 yards, and I just want to take a quick look at the pin position because it looks very, very dangerous to me. Here we go, 18 on and 5 from the right. Can you take a look at that? Just there, 17. What are your thoughts on that pin position?
Well, the difficulty with that one is that, well, the nice thing is for the players...
Because I'm thinking about this bunker on the right-hand side.
Oh, yeah, that could get a lot of action now. Trying to get up and down from there, that's about a 10-foot...
Oh, there's not a bunker on the right, is there?
Yeah, there is a bunker
so it's
on
good.
the right.
I thought I was going mad,
And as you like as well. And literally, you're going to come up and there's a huge bank just here, huge bank, and it's about 10-foot rise to where the pin is. So you've got to hit it with some extra force. I mean, they're going to be damp, going to be more compact sand, I mean, which is quite nice to get spin, but you've got to be really cute, get close to the ball a little bit more than you would like, generate it, engage the banks, get it up nice and quick. But you're going to see a lot of people, probably if they go in that bunker, finishing about here, and the bailout's going to be here. There's going to be a lot of misses on this left-hand side and a bit short.
We saw Matt Fitzpatrick around about here, didn't we?
Goodness.
I was on the beach over here. I was not on 16, but I was nearly in the sea.
It was carnage.
When I played
really
here. But
was.
he was there, and he really struggled, didn't he? He made a 6 on that hole.
Yeah, well, there's waste area over the back of the green, and the thing is, you know, a lot of people walking, getting in trouble. A lot of action was over the back of there, so a lot of footprints. He came to rest in about 2 of them, you know, up against the revetted face that they got over the back as well. And literally, the final one, the one he got it out into that kind of safety zone, which is kind of backish on the left, a little bowl.
Yeah.
He was able to get it into there, and literally it took all his might, all his power he had to get it out, and he done well to walk away with what he did.
Yeah, and strength of character as well.
Yeah.
My goodness. There's a great grandstand though on the right hand side of the 17th.
Oh, yeah.
It's always packed.
Well, I'm going to be down there
probably have
later
to
for
queue to
2
get in.
hours. I've been given full rein from the RNA. I can go crazy, so expect
amazing.
some dance moves, darling.
Oh,
because
great
I'm ready
stuff.
for it, love.
Yeah,
I'm ready for
and
it.
I know you've got rhythm.
Honestly.
Can we see them now?
Oh yeah, I can, you know, get the old dancing going, and I will be giving it.
Quite sure.
To the crowd and just go, bring it on.
Oh, John, I love your energy, I really do. And finally, let's have a look at 18, which was where George was, and he was telling us that, you know, it's 22 on, 7 from the left, behind that left bunker, which we saw so much trouble with. Justin Thomas in there, Rory was in there, I mean, so many players in there. And this left-hand side has seen a lot of action as well, hasn't it?
You're bound to, because down the right-hand side, it's just out of bounds. You know, what you see, a little bit blocky, you're gone, you know, you're reloading, you know, and that's the problem with 18, and that's where it's been so awkward for the players, you know. Win predominantly pushing the ball towards the outer bounds as well, so they're all wanting to bail out left, so that's why you're getting all the action out there.
Yeah, as I say, only 5 eagles, 120 birdies, 88 pars, 43 bogeys and 32 double bogeys or worse on that 18th hole. It's really set up, the drama is going to happen on 17, 18 today. It's super exciting.
We're all going to bring it, Dave. We're all going to bring it.
We are going to bring it. So the time now is, it's 10:30. The last tee off today is at 2:15 p.m. So we expect the leaders to come down here at about 1:15 to do their warm up. We'll see Brian Harman, who was the last on the range. What do you make of that? He played his round yesterday. It was a 69. After that 65, comes down here and continues to practice. What is he thinking? 5-shot lead. 5-shot lead. He hit 96 shots on the range after his round of golf. Would you be doing that, John?
Probably not. I'm not a man that likes to practice too much, kind of a see it, hit it kind of guy, but...
It shows does it show something about his mindset?
Yeah, I mean, as we see Sir Nick Faldo now on the range, here he is, top man. Just walking by.
Good morning, good morning. He's busy, he's got a dash to...
Looks like he's got a new set of irons, so he's got some playing bats ready to go, look at him. Great
stuff. Legend of the game.
Oh yes, without doubt.
He loves an Open Championship, doesn't he, Sir Nick? He's, I had the privilege of having a chat with him over in Ireland last year, and my goodness, just what he's been through in his career, what he's achieved, the stature that he's reached, it's incredible, isn't it?
Yeah, I think for youngsters, especially in my generation, looking on Ryder Cups, the majors that he won, you know, everything like that, you know, he kind of inspired, you know, likes of me, people also in my era to come through. You know, he was a part of a massive clan of amazing players, including Seve, Lyle, Woosnam, Langer. I mean, Torrance.
If they were on the telly, if Faldo was on the telly, you're switching on, aren't you?
Oh my goodness, it was unbelievable. And he had that silky smooth, lovely, you know, rhythm to his golf swing, and you just thought everything was possible.
Totally. And as a kid, he'd go out and he'd be dropped off at the golf course with his cheese and pickle sandwiches. He was a routine. He always had cheese and pickle. He'd go and play 36 holes, and that was the norm for Nick Faldo growing up. I think it's it's the same for a lot of golfers. You know, in your youth, John, where you dropped off at the golf course and then off you play and then picked up at the end of the day.
My dad was a docker, you know, first thing in the morning, dropped off, you know, when the sun was setting, then it was time to pick me up, you know, and I was happy as Larry. Might play 54 holes in one day and also practice as well, you know, enough 50p, enough for a salad sandwich and a little Mars bar, you know, thank you very much, that'll do me.
Do you know what, just great for physical health, for mental health, for youngsters, for adults, for everybody. And we will be speaking to Gareth Bale about the new campaign that he's promoting to get more people into golf and to highlight how beneficial golf is for mental health and physical health. Really looking forward to speaking to him later. But John, really enjoyed your company this morning. Great stuff. We're all set for a brilliant day's golf. I think we can head to our commentary team. And today, I'm delighted to say, in the box, our commentators are Simon Holmes, Peter Finch. Good morning, chaps.
Diana and John, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, dudes.
Day 4, 151st Open. Are we going to get a surprise? Are we going to get like a Jean van der Velde, or are we going to get a clinical finish? It remains to be seen, Peter.
I am very much erring on the side of Brian Harman, having another couple under par today and just having a waltz off into the sunset holding that claret jug.
A cruise. Just a cruise through it. It was a big test yesterday that he passed. That was the first day in the mega spotlight, and he glowing past it, flying colours.
Yeah, it's after those. I mean, he had a bit of a shaky start, a couple of loose shots, a couple of drop shots as well. So to come back from that, to get on the par and to distance himself from the field, realistically, like, we're going to have to see quite a big last round collapse. And even though it would bring other people in, it would make it exciting, I'm not sure I want to see that.
No.
I think he's played so well and he's been so consistent over the first few days. I kind of want to see him just go on to win it now.
Yeah. Yesterday he bogeyed the first, kind of a difficult hole. He made a great 2-putt on 3 for a par, and he bogeyed 4 also. Yeah, it could easily done, but then settled it. Birdie is on 5. That's the par 5. A great birdie on the 9th. That was an amazing shot he hit there.
Yeah.
The birdie on 12, the birdie on 13 gave him the cushion, and a great scrambling 5 up the last. He shot 69, 2 under par, and he moved from 10 under to 12 under and nearly into the comfy zone.
I mean, he has got one hand on it, hasn't he? I mean, I was there on 18 when he holed that putt for a par, and it just didn't look like he was going to miss. He looked so comfortable over it.
Well, how's this for some putting stats? So far, compared to the field, so he is gaining 9.27 strokes gained. I mean, that is just an amazing stat. 9.27. He's holed 329 feet a putt. He's absolutely smashing it. So Brian Harman's magic wand that he's brought is the putter. Anyway, game 20. Those guys are going to go out.
Very powerful action, Guido.
Yeah.
I once beat Guido in a pizza making competition.
Now, I did not know that. What were you doing in a pizza competition?
For whatever reason, we were doing some work over in Dubai, and someone thought it would be a really good idea to make a social video of me and Guido having a pizza making competition. He wasn't very happy when I beat him.
Well, he's an Italian.
Well, exactly.
I mean, they're like magic. Pasta is their, like, it's just their lifeblood, isn't it? So here we go. Let's have a look at this action.
Yeah, strong move. Guido's quite strange, actually. His game on the range compared to the course is quite different. His swing tends to get a little bit wilder once he actually gets out on the course and starts to have a few more moving parts.
Quite a low shot he hit there, kind of like a drilling shot. It is definitely more windy, so if you want to know, the wind is basically like heading almost straight down the 4th hole. And so that is going to do, that is going to be a test, I think. A more difficult round. It was interesting. We both had a look at the pins yesterday and said, wow, this is probably as gettable as the golf course is ever going to be. I think perhaps the organisers were anticipating like horrendous weather. That's what we were told on Friday. And maybe just set the golf course up a little bit easier. Today, that is not the case.
Yeah, and that wind, well, like I say, straight down the 4th, that's probably the most difficult wind for the course as well. The pin on 4 is actually probably the easiest pin as well. If you really fancy having to go for the green, you could run it up into that. But I think it is a reaction to yesterday. But also, I think it's a case of saying the course is now set up for someone to go out, and if they play the very best golf they can, shoot a 65, amazing. They've done an incredible job.
Yeah.
But it's also going to be tricky for Brian Harman to manage his way around that. You know, pars are going to be at a premium some of these holes.
I think that's right. I think that Brian Harman has to keep an eye on the field, perhaps. But he's got to go and play the course, and the course has definitely got teeth. You can be bitten hard. You know, the 17th hole is playing into off the right. You've got a back right pin. You could easily have, if someone lights up and has 2 eagles on the 2 par 5s and some else magic, you could have a 5 or 6 shot swing on the last 5 holes. That's definitely possible.
Yes, no lead is big enough going into those last few holes.
No, ask our dear friend Jean van der Velde, who's been walking past here doing the French commentary for for France. I mean, that was hard to watch. So Stuart Sink, he's cruising out at 11:15. He's going to have Henrik Stenson, 2 Open champions, going out together. They're at 1 under par. 11 shots behind. I think the thing for those guys is, you know what? It's weather. There's a chance. I may as well. I feel I got to go out on the 4th round, feel like I'm still in it, and go and shoot and try to shoot 6 under par, get to 8, get a clubhouse score. If one of the guys can put a clubhouse score, that puts pressure on Brian Harman. He can now see, now that puts him okay, man, I got 3 shots, and it starts to accumulate. So the field is going to try to put heat on Brian Harman, and he has to try to hold that off.
Yeah, I think it's just more encouragement, isn't it? So like if Stuart Singh goes out, shoots a 5-6 under, people coming out behind him will be like, well, that score is out there, you know, maybe I can have a go. I think both Sink and Stenson have been around long enough to maybe understand that today is just a nice walk with a bit of golf in the middle.
Yeah, so as far as progress being made on the golf course, we have Scotty Scheffler. He has miraculously, in some way, made 3 putts, which he has not done at all. So Scotty Scheffler has absolutely had the stone cold putter.
He must have stiffed those approach shots.
He must have hit him close. I'm going to give you, so 9 shots gained was the Brian Harman stat. Scotty Scheffler, 5 shots lost to the field. He is 154th in strokes gained putting. That means your putter is ice.
Wow. It says it all, doesn't it?
It's
really,
incredible.
Really does say it all, doesn't it?
Amazing. So, Henrik Stenson, we've seen him working on this little drill, kind of like a little exit drill. He is a left-handed player playing right-handed, so all of the feels for him come from the strong left side. Mike Walker with Lordy. Great team. Mike Walker has been helping a lot of players. He was really the brains behind the Matt Fitzpatrick victory at Brookline in the US Open. Miraculous. So here we go. Hence Stenson and Sink just cruising through a few wedges.
Yeah, big shout out to the coaches actually this week who've been grinding on the range with their pros. I know Mike and Liam, who works with him, every chance they get, they're in that little players' lounge having a nap because they have been at it all week.
Yeah. If you're a Pete Cowan, if you're one of the guys who've got multiple players, you're first man on the range, last man leaving. So, great to see this. So Stenson just working through a little wedges. Look at the finish here. His eyes will come to us quite quickly.
Yeah, a lot of experience in this group.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, it's one of those kind of outline Tour Pro Stenson that as he moves through, his eyes go out before the ball.
Yeah.
So they're already looking halfway down the target before he hits. Very Annika Sorensen-esque.
Yeah, so, and that's just like a little release feeling to help him keep his rotation going through the ball. So for Stenson, it's all about like not swaying off the ball and getting stuck behind it. He tries to really turn on top of the ball and rotate through it. And I guess it's a sort of a counterintuitive weight shift, isn't it? If you're a left-handed person, you're hitting it like a backhand, not like a forehand. So here we go, a little fireworks show, just the guys cruising off, mostly starting with a wedge and just kind of working up. Those 2 guys, Peter, are going to be out just in a little bit. They are going to cruise out there. Takes probably about 15 minutes to go from here. They're out at 11:15, and right now it is 10:39.
Interesting what Stuart Singh's doing here. He seems to be doing a little drill. He's got some tees in the ground before him. I think that's probably making sure his aim is right, just trying to get that ball set off over those tees.
Yeah, a little stance width thing, or yeah, it's just like, you know, how much work have we seen the guys do? And I mean, this is a great message for all of our amateur viewers at home watching this live at the range, is how much work they do on aiming, ball position and posture. I mean, there is a lot of chat, like double checking aim. Every single guy's had a go with the speed sticks. We've seen ball position sticks. That's the one that goes in between your legs, not down the target line. I mean, that is a big message, isn't it? How many guys practice with a really controlled setup?
Yeah, it's just getting those basic fundamentals in order, isn't it? I mean, we've coached enough players to understand now that the act of aiming is so often overlooked. It's crazy. You know, golf is a very strange sport where it's incredibly target orientated.
It's played by very strange people as well, I would say.
Incredibly target orientated, but people don't generally know where they're aiming. It's quite a surprise at times.
So I think it's difficult to aim. It's like, if you think about it, you can only aim like behind the line, so on the target line. As soon as you come in from the left side to get to the ball, you're coming in at a side angle. So, you know, you need to have some sort of a process that you can really make robust, where you can control your aiming tolerance. So you might be 3 or 4 yards left. Like, we can't even tell that, right? No machine in the world can tell exactly where you're aiming. But you just need to make sure you're not aiming 20 yards left or right.
Depends how big the slice is, I suppose.
Yes. Yeah, that's another point, right? You aim to control your shot into the space.
Yeah. Not too much of a worry for these guys, though. Thing with Stenton, people say he hits a little bit of a fade. Whenever I've seen him hit a ball, it is so straight. Dead straight. Stuart Sink as well, not a massive worker of the ball.
No, coming off neutral grips, neutral faces, neutral motions.
Still a great swing, Stuart Sink, hasn't he?
He's still got so much speed. You know, Stuart Sink, amazing victory. I still really haven't forgiven him for beating Tom Watson. I don't know if I'm gonna get over that or not. I might not. That might be something I need to have as an adjustment. But
to be honest, it's really unfortunate, because he is, you know, I actually like Stuart Sink. I've got a lot of time for him. But
I'm holding my position. I'm not sure if I've forgiven him.
It's a lot of people will consider him like the most hated Open champion. It's such a shame.
So interesting. Sink, tall and loaded,
whipping through with a
and released.
7-iron there, maybe.
So we will leave the range just for a few moments. One of the places that's going to see the crowning moment of today is the 18th green. George is going to be out there, and he's just going to kind of give us a little taste of what that looks like right now.
Well, good morning. We're back here on the 18th, and for the final time with Grant Moyer. Grant, what a big week it's been for you and your team. How satisfied are you here at Royal Liverpool?
Well, it's been we're delighted with the golf course. Obviously, it's in brilliant condition. We have finished setup on the final day. We're happy with where we are. It's been challenging because the winds have been pretty unpredictable. So a couple of changes this morning to hole locations to account for that. But all in all, we're very happy, and just, you know, like everybody else, hoping for a really exciting day's golf.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy to think that after all this and early in the morning you've put the final pin in. It must be a little bit of weight off the shoulders.
Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah, probably go back to going off some breakfast now and feel a bit tired. But I would like to say, you know, a huge thank you to the team at Royal Liverpool, all the green staff who have done such an amazing job in getting this course in such good condition over the last few years, and then the volunteers that have come to help this week. I mean, they've been terrific.
You say over the last few years, a lot of people think the golf course gets put into tip-top shape pretty quick, but it is such a long process to get an open venue looking this good, isn't it?
It is. I mean, it takes a lot of time. There's a lot of forward planning. You know, there are agronomic practices that I don't know the ins and outs of, that it takes years and years to get something looking this good. So it's a real labour of love.
Let's talk about the labour of love that's just been put into this pin in particular. 22 yards on 7 from the left, I see. What goes into deciding the final pin on Sunday?
Well, to be honest, it's a kind of pin that I think it's not too tricky. It's going to yield some birdies. Who knows? It might even yield an eagle, although it'll be tough to get close to this with a second shot from distance. But it's pretty close to where we had it in 2014, so it has a bit of history, and hopefully it'll create some more today.
You mentioned the wind and the changes. How late can you make your decisions depending on the wind and all that sort of stuff? Because it is quite changeable and quite unique, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, basically we could make changes up until one of the players has played the hole. It can be that late, as long as we need to be able to communicate before they get to the hole that something's changed. And this morning we're obviously in early. It buys us a bit of time, so we produced version 2 of the whole location sheet before the players hit the first tee.
Nice. And now I guess you get the chance to maybe sit back and watch a bit of golf for a change.
That's the plan.
All right, well, we look forward to seeing the results, and maybe this pin will bring some drama later in the day. But Grant, thank you very much for your time.
Cheers, Josh. Thank you.
Yeah, that's an
Back to you
amazing
guys.
view, isn't it, George? Thanks so much. Peter, that grandstand in about 2 hours, I bet you, is going to be absolutely packed. There will be the ultimate drama, the final walk on the 72nd hole of the 151st Open.
Yeah, that is going to be a horseshoe of noise and drama. We hope, anyway. It is a fantastic setting. Another great setting at the range. We'll be back right after a break.
We're told that the weather forecast for today is kind early on, with the possibility of some wet weather later.
I think Mother Nature kicks it up another notch.
Quite extraordinary. What a moment. Driving range is heating up. It is the final day, and the guys just getting ready to head out. The next group, well, the group that's just gone was Sammy Valimaki and Ryan Fox, Brendan Todd, JT Poston. We've seen Guido Migliozzi. He was out with Michael Stewart. Sink, and Stenson. And now Wyndham Clark. He is going to have Richard Bland for company. They're 1 under par. What's their mental, what's the thought process when you're sort of quite far out of it?
It's tough, isn't it? Because they obviously want to go out and play the very best golf that they can. They have a level of freedom that I think they both understand that at 1 under par, they are not going to be winning the Open Championship, barring something absolutely life-changing happening. So I think they've just got to go out, enjoy themselves, play the best they can. I mean, you know, they are still playing for different things. You know, the higher you finish in the Open, you get invites back. There's obviously a lot of money on the line, so they are going to be taking it seriously. But they can go out and just attack. Like there's nothing holding them back, really.
Yep, it is attention. The day for people just pumping in. Oh, latest winner of a major, the US Open champion, picked up his first victory on a difficult golf course, Quail Hollow. I think that was probably a first sign. How do you like this action?
It's good. It doesn't strike me as an overly linksy action, though. That's the issue I think Wyndham has. He hits a very high ball, and there's a lot of curvature on there as well.
There's a lot of fade, isn't there?
A lot,
like we were looking at those drives that he was hitting, and I mean, you know, there's 40, 50 feet of curve on his kind of neutral drive. So he saved his round really yesterday. A good bogey, a good birdie on 15 and 1 at 18 to sort of shoot 71. So kind of stalled a little bit, but certainly some talent.
Yeah, it's tough because especially around a course like Hoylake, there are a lot of holes that turn from right to left, and if Wyndham likes to fade it from left to right, that obviously becomes a bit of an issue. But also the wind is hard off the left on some of the most difficult holes, so controlling that movement, he's going to have to aim a long way off to the left-hand side to get it curving back. I mean, he can obviously hit a little draw when he needs to, but it's not natural for him.
No, it is interesting. So quite a big difference here. We're just looking at his numbers with our top tracer technology. These are just little wedges that they're hitting here, but you can just see the apex is high. You know, we've seen some guys, Stenson was kind of cruising in right around 80 feet. That's 106, so 25 higher. More difficult to control it, more windy today, and the wind change a little bit. Is this the hardest wind when it's dead down, kind of right to left on the first?
It is, yeah, and halfway through the day yesterday, it was literally in the opposite direction, and then it switched. So the wind is starting to have a little bit of fun with the players. If it switches today, again, that's probably going to be in Brian Harman's favour. I think if this wind stays, this is the most difficult, this is the most testing.
Yeah, so in this wind, it's Brian Harman against the golf course. In the other wind, it's Brian Harman against the field, because they can have a go at him. I don't think there's going to be too much motion out there. Our best score at the moment is Scotty Scheffler's shot 32 on the front. That's 3 under par. The man with the cold putter. There's no real motion there.
No. I think we do have to remember it was raining quite a bit last night as well. So the greens have had an extra dousing. So they are soft, even though the pins are a little bit tucked. There is a possibility to attack a few of them.
Yeah.
Like yesterday, we saw actually quite a lot of action on the greens, bit of backspin. So it is possible.
So,
and you know what? Most of these guys, they're actually quite good golfers.
Well, they can thread it in the gaps, can't they? Wyndham Clark played so well around what was an amazingly bouncy LA Country Club. I'd played there, and I mean, he was hitting a 7-iron into the first hole. I mean, they had like 50 yards of run. I've never seen it like that.
I mean, this will probably give an indication of how strong the wind is. That is Wyndham Clark hitting some draws. So, wind off the right-hand side, moving the ball off to the left-hand side.
Now, he's a one-dimensional player, and what I mean by that is he's really just trying to learn to hit a fade everywhere and then work his ball around the golf course. He's not like a John Rahm. Who do you think has the better chances here? Is John Rahm's game more suited to this?
Yeah, because, I mean, he does hit a stock fade, but he actually can move the ball from right to left now. He put a big effort in at the start of the year to, well, last year and the start of this year, to really work on that, you know, to be able to give him that draw specifically for the 13th at Augusta. Like, he's come out and said that he worked on that shot specifically so he could hit a draw around that corner, and now it's allowed him to have a much more complete game. I mean, having a stock shot that you can trust, like a fade normally for the very best pros, is absolutely fantastic, because you know you can trust it, you know it's going to be there, and you know you'll generally only miss in one direction. At a links course, when the wind is up, it can become a bit of an issue.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, there are 2 eagles on the 4th hole today. Bryson DeChambeau and Adam Scott have both holed out.
Listen,
you can see him.
They are calling me the Oracle this week because I'm getting everything right. I told you, people are going to be going for that pin. It's straight downwind, little bit of bounce. There's a little funnel at the front of that green that can shoot the ball up onto the green as well.
Can I have the lottery numbers for next week, please?
I've done it myself. I've not revealed anything to anybody.
Oh, so annoying. Okay, the week after, we'll do a deal.
I'll share it. Yeah, I won't be greedy.
Amazing. So, kind of a classic action. This is sort of like what modern golf looks like. So, quite tall, quite rangy. Quite a dynamic lower body, a lower body that's getting ready to move. What you don't want to have is like a static base. You want to have a dynamic base. Yeah. The spine is quite neutral, no kind of like unusual angle, so kind of like just neutral spine. Hands hang under his shoulders, and then take us through his swing, Peter.
Honestly, it's one of my favourites out there at the moment because it is so consistent. He's got a beautiful wide turn, and then he's got an absolutely lovely little movement with his hips at the start of the downswing, where he presses downwards, he pushes himself into the ground, draws power up, and then moves his hips up and around to the left-hand side, just clears loads of room for the club to drop in, and works in front of the body, hits that fade.
That transition's so important, isn't it?
Yep.
Sort of not to get stuck at the top. It's so many different ways. We've seen sort of a full Hideki Matsuyama. We've seen quite a few guys. Cameron Young has got like a semi-Matsuyama, a semi-Hideki with just sort of a baby pause, and that's then some very fluid motion. So there's all sorts of different ways of doing it.
Yeah, Richard Bland in the comparison. I mean, Richard Bland, is a very classic swinger of the golf club, hasn't he? He's a great example of perseverance as well.
Yeah.
You know, very much a journeyman pro throughout his career. Finally gets that win at the Belfry, and then, you know, a lot of things have happened to him since then. You know, the main money he's made in his career really has come now, in the last couple of years. Just goes to show you keep going, keep persevering, things can happen.
I admire the, like, you know, very in your mid-40s, you come off tour, and then you've got to go challenge tour, and a lot of guys would go, oh man, that's just a step too far. Blandy embraced it. He went out there with a great attitude. Tim Barter kind of pumped him up, told him he was, you know, worthy of the effort. Let's get it going, come on. And he came all the way back. And that British Masters victory that's like a perseverance. It's a gold medal for perseverance, isn't it?
Oh my God, yeah. I mean, golf can be a brutal game. Like, it can really beat you down. And like you said, to have that desire to actually keep on grinding, to drop down at all, to come back, to win it. It is a fantastic story. You know, there wasn't, when he won at that British Masters, like, everybody was on the edge of tearing up.
Yeah.
At the end of it, it was fantastic.
Yeah. Yeah. Tim Barter had to do an interview with him.
Yeah, well,
difficult for him to keep his
that almost
composure.
Broke everybody.
Everybody, yeah.
Oh my word! I had to go make a coffee. I couldn't watch.
Yeah. So, amazing scenes. Richard Bland, Wyndham Clark. There's quite a big difference between the two of these guys. Longest drive for Wyndham Clark this week is 321. Blandy 298. So, just showing a bit of age there. Blandy is 50. Here we go.
Yeah, Wyndham can get that ball shifting. Again, a very modern professional in the way that he can not sacrifice distance and power whilst hitting a fade.
Yeah, his fade's fast.
Yeah, that's one of the big things which has changed. I mean, it's just the way that they can use modern equipment now.
The technology is a massive difference, though, isn't it? It's a game changer. You know, when Nick Faldo, we used to be walking out, okay, this is 140 yards. Nowadays, it's like, you know, you've got a launch monitor which measures every single element of your club and ball, so, and the combination of the two. So Wyndham Clark gets to his 3-wood, putting a bit of extra effort into it. Nice dry ball.
Yeah, so comparison with ball speeds this week, 186 for Wyndham Clark, 170 for Bland with the driver. So 16 miles an hour of ball speed, you know, translate that out onto the golf course, you're looking at least 20 odd yards there between them, at least.
So both using a 3-wood off the tee. So interesting.
I mean, 280 yards with the 3-wood for Wyndham Clark there, 174 ball speed. Nice.
So it is now 2 minutes to 11. Wyndham Clark and Richard Bland going through their final parts. They are off at 11.25. Both of them 1 under par, 11 shots behind Brian Harman, who has absolutely separated the field. The chasing pack of Cameron Young, John Rahm, Victor Hovland and Jason Day, Tommy Fleetwood, Antoine Rosner, have got to really sort of put on their scoring boots today. Now, Ben Arn's got a little device on the back of that right wrist. Peter?
Yeah, we saw
Take us through the sort of the benefits of doing that. What will he be trying to work on there?
So that is effectively just a cup for the right hand. So as you'll see it at address, there's quite a lot of space between the back of the right hand and the inside. There you go, and the inside of that device. And as he comes through, what he's trying to do is feel the press of the back of his right hand on that cup. So that would show that the handle is leaning forwards and that he's able to keep that angle between the wrists and the club. It's just trying to get that extra level of compression down on the golf ball. Well, pressing the ball into the ground. I suppose compression is a slightly different thing in golf. But.
Yeah. He's played in 8 Opens. Hasn't really mastered links golf yet.
No,
best performance was at Royal St George's. That was in 2021. But he was the youngest ever winner of the US Amateur. That's hard to do, isn't it? In 2009. Probably biggest win though, BMW 215. That was kind of the flagship event, wasn't it? Really.
Yeah, I think everyone was expecting him to really kick on from that point. It's not quite happened, and he's still having a very good career, but it's mostly his putting which has held him back.
Yeah, and he just sort of said, you know, lost maybe a bit of the focus, just kind of rededicated himself a little bit. So had a little time on tour, had a little time off tour, and the reason his eyes to the left is just to have a look at our big gigantic scoreboard. So Ben on finishing touches. It's all pretty relaxed down here for these guys because they are pretty far out of the tournament.
Yeah, it's an interesting dynamic, isn't it? When you kind of at a tournament, you are looking forward to playing, but realistically, it's a free hit. Yeah, I mean, it must be actually quite a nice, relaxing thing to do at the Open.
Yeah, I think that is the key, isn't it? I mean, the tension from the golf tournament has kind of been gobbled up and consumed by Brian Harman. He's got all of the tension. I don't think he's having a relaxing morning. As your brain runs through all of the things of what you don't want it to have happen. So that little voice in your head who goes, what happens if you double bogey the first? Who said that? Don't think that. Anyway.
Yeah, those intrusive golf demons.
The golf demons, we've all got them.
Follow everybody.
How about that? 3 arrows from Ben On.
My golf demons always used to attack me in the shower, like before I went to play.
Really?
Yeah, that's where they really came to the fore.
The quiet, relaxing moment in the shower, and then there they were.
Yeah, I was just like, oh, just get nice and relaxed for the day, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, you best not shank it. And I was like, wow.
Man.
I was like, wow.
What about a bath? Ever in the bath? Or skip the bath?
Yeah, skip the bath.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well, there you go. So, controversial swing thoughts from Peter Finch. Ben On.
That's why I don't play competitions anymore.
Oh, it's so hard, isn't it? They're so skillful, these guys. I just feel as though the best players in the world have moved even further, even more stratospheric high from the rest of the game. They're so good now.
I think it's, I mean, technically, I think a lot of players, you know, a lot of players do know more about the golf swing, but it's more about what they've got around that. So they understand fitness better, they understand their bodies better, the amount of performance coaches that can analyze every detail of the game, the sports psychologists, you know, they've got whole teams behind them now where, you know, not too long ago in reality, it was you, your coach, that was it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it has just elevated everything. Because you see one player do something different, you know, get a sports psychologist, for example.
Yeah.
Starts winning, all of a sudden everyone's like, oh, maybe that's
those.
what we need to do. And if you don't do it, you already feel like you've fallen behind.
Half a shot back.
Yeah.
So, Ben On, little right wrist kind of compression angle there. High hands everywhere. Nice pattern of shots. You can see very tidy. Kind of looks like he's very much under control. He was a superstar talent, so it is very interesting to see. Yeah, match 20, game 20, sorry. Guido Migliozzi and Michael Stewart, they are just about to head out in 1 minute. Sink and Stenson, who we've seen, they follow. Wyndham Clark and Bland, we've seen them, they go out at 11:25. And then Alexander Bjork from Sweden is going to be going off with Ben On. Both of those guys are 1 under at 11:35. Tyrrell Hatton.
Very interesting week for Tyrrell. Playing some actually really, really good golf, and then he had a 9 at the 18th, which really, I think just kind of set him off for the week. He wasn't. I think after that point, like psychologically, he wasn't able to come back from that, which is understandable.
Yeah, it's a shame. I mean, he was in good form. We were sort of thinking maybe like, you know, could he do something? He did a good round yesterday, birdied 5, 8, 12, 17, put together a 3 under par 68. So he was in a bit of form. Certainly in Ryder Cup chat.
Yeah, but as we already mentioned, this course it can do that. You know, you can come in with good form. You can be playing good golf, and
that can happen
if you have one bad hole.
Yeah,
boom.
that can happen today.
Yeah.
Like, do not think that this is a foregone conclusion. The task that Brian Harman has got over the next 18 holes and the next 7 hours is absolutely monumental. I mean, we always think because Tiger made front running look so amazingly easy, it is brutally difficult.
It is hard to kind of walk out there in front of everyone and understand that, you know, the target is on your back.
Yeah, so I don't know if Tyrrell really enjoyed that particular shot there, but let's have a look.
So that may have been a touch on the thin side there.
Here we go. So the Tyrrell Hatton swing, very low hands, really kind of exaggerating that hip tilt over. Kind of works up and down, kind of quite a tight line in his iron play. He's a very good iron player.
Really good ball striker. Fantastic putter.
Yeah.
Fantastic putter.
Yeah.
Yeah, when he's over that putter from kind of 6 foot and under, you feel like he's going to hole everything. Just looks so comfortable with it.
Yeah, he hasn't had a good putting week this week, but just a very, very average performance for him on the greens. But one of the guys we were sort of thinking about was a good links player. Just as you say though, Peter, the 9 on the 36th hole just derailed his chances.
Yeah, before he went out for that round as well, he was kind of having a chat to his team, and he was talking about how with those longer clubs he felt like he was getting very stuck on the inside, and he was hitting that little bit of a push cut.
Yeah.
And then obviously on the 18th, push cut with wind off the left is not ideal.
It's arrivederci. New ballon. Could I have a new ball, please? Yeah.
He was very much one of us though. So he hit 2 out of bounds, and then his third shot, he almost hit it. He almost hit it out the boundary of the course left. Yeah. There's a mac and cheese truck down there. I think he took aim for.
Yeah. So Tyrrell, game 24. He's going to have Corey Connors, the very good Canadian player, for company. That's at 11:45. So
yeah, so it's very, very good iron player, Tyrrell, but I think we have maybe one of the best iron players in the world on the range as well, with Corey Connors.
Yeah, I totally think that is right. Just an exceptional. We have a look at his swing. He's just got such a great pace. It's such a neutral flight, isn't it? It's like quite rangy, quite long. Corey Connors. Always going to be good in strokes gained approach. So this is sort of like a proximity to the pin. You know, how many times do you get it in there close? And Corey Connors is really good at that.
It's an interesting swing. It looks very kind of loose at the top. It looks like he kind of flops his hands up there, but his movement down into the ball and his delivery is just superb.
Yeah, it is. It's, you know, let's have a look. Looks relaxed, still. Kind of plays off a little bit of a strong face and then just rotates and holds the face very neutrally through the ball. Yeah, he is really exceptional.
It's beautiful rhythm as well. He's one of those players who should have won realistically a lot more. Again, it's just his putting which has held him back. It's hard. It's such a hard game. It's hard to get everything together, isn't it?
Oh man, I think it's nearly impossible, right? It just kind of comes and goes every now and again. So Corey Connors won the Valero Texas Open. That was quite a windy week controlled it so well. So
if you are coming down to the Open and you're tearing yourself away from life in the range, which I can't quite believe, but if you are coming down to watch, Connors might be a really good person to watch. He's not going to have that many people following him around. Might be a nice person to walk around with.
yeah, and Tyrrell will absolutely be an entertaining person to walk around with.
Yeah.
Very, very strong iron play from both of these tyres. Here we go. So Corey Connors on the left, Tyrrell Hatton on the right.
Yeah, maybe don't bring your kids along to watch Tyrrell, just in case he does have a bad round. But
yes, or
might be learning some new words.
what do you call it with these headphones? You could noise cancelling.
Noise cancelling headphones. Yeah.
That was it. Noise cancelling.
Hatton headphones, I think we can call them.
Yeah, that's right. So here we go. Low hands for Tyrrell, very vertical, the sort of arms hanging straight down. Connors a bit more hands away, working more around him. Yeah, Corey Connors, it looks like he's got so much time in that swing, doesn't he? Like, well, like, why does his swing take 2 seconds longer than everyone else's?
It's amazing what happens when you hold your finish like that, isn't it?
Yeah, but look at this. Look at the rhythm here.
I think
hands are only just on the club.
The rhythm is
light.
Is something that just stands out with Connors as he moves through his. You know, if you want to get kind of really technical with it, his kinetic chain is in perfect order. So that basically means that he's working from his feet upwards. So the way that he draws the power up from the ground, the way that he rotates his knees, his hips, his torso, the club is the last thing to move through, and then he just turns everything to a full finish. And he does it in such an order that it looks like it's effortless, where actually it's generating a lot of club head speed.
Yeah.
It's a bit too early to talk about kinetic change.
No, I think you're good with that. I think I like
right?
that. Sunday morning, it's 11 o'clock. Everyone's had a little coffee and a bicky. So, Tyrrell Hatton, what magic will you produce today? Yeah, that's going to be a fun little pair to watch. I mean, they're miles behind, but they look to put a good score and get themselves up into a good ranking. You know, you finish top 15 if it opens up more doors in other tournaments, all sorts of little regulations. Here we go. Here we go. This is one of my minions.
Ah,
yeah.
Wormy's back out.
Wormcam. So, the minions.
Yeah, I think this might be a new recruit, actually, this
Yeah.
Wormcam.
I can't remember what they were called. Was one called Kevin, the minion? Kevin, or something like that? Is that right, about right? I think we're going to name this one Kevin.
Exactly, yeah. We do have a very talented cameraman down on the driving range called Kevin.
He is almost now the cameraman, isn't he?
No relation to our new Wormcam, I hasten to add. We do. Yeah, we've got a team of 4 cameramen coming at you this week from live at the range, showing you the ins and the outs. Of course, we have the driving range here, but we have the practice area, which is nearer the clubhouse, a short game, pitching green and putting green, and also out on the course following George around. So, you know, we've got a fantastic team here bringing you these images. Had a very good week this week as well. Some challenging conditions.
So interesting to see the moves.
Still working up through his irons, Connors. Still got half an hour to his tee time, so we've seen a that one. We've seen a really not surprised. Hello, that
flare right.
Might have been a little bit necky. I think we've seen it quite a lot this week of the different routines that the players have taken. Some get here early, hit lots of balls, then go to the chipping and putting green. Other players do that before and pretty much go straight to the first tee from the range.
Just like that was such an interesting shot. Look how different that is, and look, it's disturbed the whole rest of the pattern. So like, what happens on that? It's just like didn't complete the backswing, gets it
I think
like a little loss of concentration?
No, I think it's just striker. Saying a little bit necky, that means it comes out the heel of the club. So where the shaft enters the club, that's the heel, also known as the neck. It's one of the reasons why golf is so confusing. That's two very contrasting body parts. But I think, like, straight after that, flush straight out the middle of the club, you can see the ball speed picking up as well.
Is it hard for these guys to keep their focus when they're so far out of it? Do you think it matters that they're like? I mean, this looks very relaxed. Is it so relaxed because he's not really doesn't feel like he's in the competition?
I think so. Yeah. I mean, I don't think focus is going to be too much of an issue, because as soon as you get out onto Hoyt Lake,
yeah,
it demands your attention. Like, none of these guys want to go out, you know.
And you're going to play for the crowd, right?
Of
the
course,
crowd's
yeah,
enormous
yeah.
out there. 240,000 people or something have come through here, so it's been really interesting to see. So,
yeah, I think
for Corey Connors,
I think there's a difference going out there with a carefree attitude where you're enjoying your golf and not caring. And all these players care about their performance.
a lot of pride. I mean, there's a score to be had, just so you know. Scotty Scheffler is 4 under par after 11 holes, and he's got the best score on the course going at the moment.
This is what you want to see. Look at Tyrrell's ball flights there, absolutely tracing each other through the air.
Yeah. He's like Iron Byron with irons. Remember that machine that tests all of the clubs?
Yeah,
he's like one of those robotic, repetitive moves as he just flies one down, way launcher, 65 feet. That's the punch, half as high. Look at that, the difference. So the guy's playing the wind. Interesting to see. So we're going to leave Tyrrell and the driving range just for a few moments and go find George. George, what have you got for us?
Yes, hello guys, I'm back here on the chipping green. I feel like I've spent hours down here watching the pros working on their short game. This is where the fans get a really good view of how magical they are with their hands, their deft touch, and all the challenging shots that they have to go through. If we look closely here, we've got Min Woo Lee in the bunker working on his short game. So many interesting bunker shots out here at Royal Liverpool this week. Such an important part of the game, no doubt about it. Currently working on a long range bunker shot, trying to carry it, get a little bit of check spin on it. They go up against the lip, they go every different angle possible before they go out there on the course, and this is when the crowd really get to see how good they are. Great to see him in the mix throughout the week. Min Woo Lee fall a little bit short this week. He's 2 under, tied 17th for the championship, and he keeps on growing, does Min Woo Lee. He keeps building that profile and that golf resume. There's no doubt that he'll be in contention at major championships for years to come. It's just a matter of time for the young Aussie. And then if we make our way back down this way, Max Homer's made it onto the range. A little bit of a disappointing weekend, but he still remains tied 17th at 2 under par, does Max Homer. Another golfer, a bit like Min Woo, you just get the sense that there's no doubt a major championship isn't far away. He's been playing well on the PGA Tour, and it's great to see him put up a good fight here on links golf courses. He played with Rory yesterday, and they both couldn't quite get things firing. I would have thought that pairing would have been dangerous, a dynamic duo out there for the crowds. We also might have another special guest joining us on the chipping green as well in a moment. Here's Michael Grella, Jordan Spieth's caddy. Sad to say that this is the final day. I've enjoyed taking everyone behind the scenes and roaming through the chipping area, the putting area, and watching all the best in the business get warmed up. Conditions, to be honest, are only getting worse out here. The wind's slightly picking up. It looks like way in the distance there might be some rain coming, so it could be a typical links day here at Royal Liverpool. Maybe the conditions will have a bearing on this match. Will it pull Brian Harman back to the field? Can some of these guys make a run? We're not far away from things really heating up in all our major... Oh, is that Jordan Spieth? Speaking of majors, he's got a few of them. He'll be a little bit disappointed after showing some really good signs in the opening 2 rounds. But as I was saying, can the weather potentially tighten this field up? Who's going to make a run from the chasing peloton to try and catch Brian Harman? We're not far away from some of those lead groups getting here, so we'll be right back with you. Can't wait for the final groups to start showing up and turning up the heat.
Bird's eye view of the driving range. We are live at the range, and it is the final day. Guys going out for their last rounds, and probably just a little bit of movement around in the weather, Peter. That's going to add a bit of complexity to this day 4. Look at those trees, flags, adds a bit. The course maybe still has one final word to say.
I think so. I mean, you can see better trees in the background there, so the range is slightly sheltered from the wind. So you can see that small open flag there not moving at all. But yeah, those trees are flapping. It's a fantastic team effort to keep this whole operation going. So once the buggy has been round, once it's picked up the balls, that goes back into the tent by the side of the players. They are sorted into the different manufacturers. So each player, like if you're a Strixon player or a Callaway player, the type of ball that you play will be available to practice with before you go out. You know, these guys are very, very well looked after.
Spoilt rotten was what you were going to say. Oh, now here we go. The defending champion. He said at the beginning of the week that it really was an emotional thing for him to give the beautiful claret jug back, and he was absolutely dead set on getting his hands on it again and taking it off for another year. And that is not going to happen for Cam Smith.
No, unfortunately not. He's not quite had his swing under control this week. His short game has been exceptional again, but that's what's took him out. He did, however, make an eagle to make the cut, which was very, very impressive down 18.
Yeah, it's interesting. The driving, the tee shot still looks as though it's very, like if you watch him on the range, it looks quite continuous, but it looks very stuck when he gets onto the golf course. The last part of it is very much like body stopping and hands going. It doesn't have the same motion, so that's got to be work in progress for him big time.
Yeah, there was definitely a bit of kind of psychological work going on earlier in the week, because from all reports he hasn't been hitting it great off the tee. And when me and Di spoke to him on Monday or Tuesday, I think it was, he actually said, "Oh, I've never felt this comfortable with the driver." So it sounded like he was trying to convince himself.
Yeah, which isn't a bad thing to do, but he has hit some wides. I went to watch him play 6 or 7 holes in a row, I think on Friday, when he was late, and he he wasn't in the form.
No, he's one of those players that when his long game is in form, though, once he starts finding those greens, he gets very hot very quickly because his putting is exceptional.
Yeah, I think it was on day one, the afternoon, he was out of position on 10, 11, 16 on. I mean, he did well to make bogeys. They could easily, everyone else would have made doubles.
Yeah.
So when you're holding 30-footers for bogeys, you're in trouble anyway. So it has not happened. He is going to be going out in just a few minutes. Let's have a look. When does he head out there? So Cam is going out with Patrick Reed, Masters champion. That's at dead 12 o'clock, so they've got 35 minutes before they go. So what do you think about this swing? It's got some unorthodoxy to it a little bit.
It has, yeah. It's, I mean, listen, he's a fantastic golfer, and he has worked quite a lot on his swing over the last few years to just neutralise a few of those idiosyncrasies. But I think they're always, you know, most players throughout their whole career, especially when they get to this level, they change things, but the underlying basis of their swings doesn't alter massively.
No. So Patrick Reed, he's going to have Cam Smith for company. 1 under par, Patrick Reed, and 11 behind. So just working, I think, with Sean Hogan in the background there with his hands on the driver. That's David Ledbetter's sort of like right-hand man with the hat on, the black hat in the black. So
it's like he's just working on a little bit of connection there, isn't he?
yeah, just I always think that the Reed right arm is the thing that's so interesting. Gets so in and behind and runs long and then quite handsy through it. So
he's a player that really does like to draw the ball as well. So drawing it from right to left. He can cut it up a little bit into the wind, but he has to really exaggerate that swing, doesn't he? He has that little helicopter finish whenever he does
like an Arnold Palmer.
Yeah.
I think that was Jamie Mulligan just going past there. He's also one of the coaches coming from the United States. All the teams are here. Team Reed is here working on his game. He's a great match player, Patrick Reed's got a lot of fight in the Reed game.
Just having a look at what those numbers are as well.
Yeah, so it just looks like he's just loosening out a little bit.
What would you be listening to as you get warmed up? What's your music of choice?
I really need to hear the ball. I'm probably not good enough at golf to have music going. I would be. I like to hear the hit of the ball. I think that's an important part. So I have never got into that. It would probably be something reasonably quiet, though. I think probably something soothing, like Pink Floyd or something like that.
Yeah.
Nothing too
up and down.
Not like us singing our hearts out last night to the Beatles.
Wow.
Peter Finch.
Yes, quite.
We were amazing.
That was quite the evening.
We could actually be a boy band, but anyway, we were just too busy. Right.
I'm gonna love you and leave you now, Sam.
Peter, I'm gonna miss you, mate. So this has been fantastic. You're heading down to the driving range.
I am.
Hopefully our paths will cross soon.
You've
got a massive bike ride
do.
coming up. Let's talk. Give me just a 1 minute on the bike ride.
Yeah, I'm doing playing the most northerly course in the UK, and then cycling down to play the most southerly. Got 10 stops in the middle. It's 1,000 miles over 20 days, and me being an
is there a
idiot.
little charitable element to this?
Yeah. So raising money for British Heart Foundation. We've managed to raise, with the channel, with all the work we've done this year, we've managed to raise upwards of almost £50,000.
Oh,
so
amazing!
far,
How can our loving public get involved in that? Where would they find that?
It's all through Just Giving. So the ride is called the Fairway Down. Get it?
Okay, the Fairway Down.
So yeah, if you search for that, or just have a look on my YouTube channel, there's a video explaining exactly what's going on.
Okay, come on, guys. Let's get behind Peter Finch raising money for the British Heart Foundation. Peter, have an amazing rest of the day. Cross paths soon.
Cheers, bud.
So we are live at the range there is our big dashboard. You can see we've been collecting all the data. We've got carry, ball speed, launches. We've got all sorts of ball data. Cantlay, Hatton, Patrick Reed, Cam Smith. Some fantastic guys going out there. If you are here, Patrick Reed and Cam Smith would be a great watch. Corey Connors and Tyrrell Hatton, they go off in 15 minutes. That is at 11:45. And then Xander Schauffele, Patrick Cantlay, Ricky Fowler, Minwoo Lee, Jordan Spieth, Max Homa, Matsuyama, Romain Langasque. And then all the way down, superstars. 1 o'clock, Rory McIlroy. He'll take a few people. Emiliano Grillo for company. We say goodbye to Peter Finch. Peter, amazing. Great to see you. Fascinating to hear all of the observations. And Joshua.
Simon Holmes,
mate.
How are we?
Great.
This is one of the most bittersweet days on the golfing calendar. I'm excited it's the final day, but I'm also sad it's the final day of the Open Championship.
It's the last major of the year. Now we've got to wait for the Masters. That feels like that's a really, really long time ago. We've got some great competitions coming up because we've got Ryder Cup, we've got Solheim Cup, we've got the FedEx, but it just feels like, you know what, when the Open's over, it's like a year until we get to Troon, and that feels like a long time.
Yeah, I know. It's yeah, true. Yeah, it was August. Was it 9 months till Augusta? 9 months.
I know.
It feels like a long time.
I know. I'm not good at waiting for that.
No. I'm just coming in early. Nice to see Scotty Scheffler turning up late. Amazing. I watched him this morning. He's putting fantastically.
Yeah.
Amazing. Yeah, incredible.
So he has been absolutely dead cold. So we are live at the range. You can see the flags have returned back to, let's suppose that is into off the right on the first hole. That's going to be like into off the right on 17. I think this is a difficult wind. I think the pins look pretty difficult. Scotty Scheffler's making some magic out there. He has now got to the 14th hole, and he is 4 under par for the day. So there is a score, and the guys looking out there, Cam Young, Rory, and all those guys, John Rahm, they're going to be looking to see what kind of score Hovland, what kind of score the golf course gives up. Yesterday, it was John Rahm who went out there to light it up.
Sensational it was yesterday from John Rahm. Quite unbelievable round. Just a few brollies, just starting to go up. The forecast is for later in the day. We're gonna get a lot of rain, I've heard, which isn't great. The covers are on at Old Trafford at the cricket as well. There was an inspection at 11, but it started to rain there, and that's only 45 minutes down the road. So it could be coming our way, that.
Yeah, it is. Xander Schauffele, look at that. That's a very deliberate wind shot there. Another really good wind shot. Wind player. There's Patrick Reed. He's getting ready to go out. That won't be too long. Cam Smith at 12 o'clock. Patrick Cantlay in the grey with Jamie Mulligan in the red hat. Orange hat for Ricky Fowler. Team Fowler. Di, you're down on the driving range. Ricky Fowler showed up.
I am down here, and we have quite a few fans. Are we Ricky Fowler fans? Yay! Good stuff. Oh my goodness. And we've actually got a couple of gentlemen dressed in orange. I'm going to go up here. Hello.
Hi.
It's almost like I'm talking to Ricky.
It feels like it, right?
Oh my goodness. This is a brave choice. It's a brave move. Do we like his outfit, ladies and gents? Do we like it? Yeah, you look really good. I mean, you looked in the mirror this morning and you thought, yes, this is what I'm going to wear.
I thought to myself, well, I wish Ricky would have let me know that we were changing to black pants. That would have been big, but other than that.
Just texted you. Yeah, I know.
Other than that, we feel good about it, yeah.
Good
Orange
stuff.
is the new red.
Where are you from?
Arizona.
Amazing. And you've travelled, have you all travelled over together?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, great stuff. How many days have you been here?
We got here yesterday.
Okay, and just here for the Open Championship?
That's it, yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
absolutely.
Great.
Yeah.
So you're a big golf fan and a brave man.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, it means the world.
Oh, good stuff. What is this for you like, watching Ricky shell some balls here on the range?
I see a lot of myself out there.
Really?
Swing cat, yeah.
So many similarities. I mean, yeah.
No, it's amazing,
you strike it just like him.
Yeah, exactly.
Listen, he had a great round yesterday.
He did.
67, he's 1 under. Tees off at 12:20. 12:20. So down on the range. Is this the kind of prep you do? You know, sort of an hour before coming out and hitting balls before your tea time?
Yeah, he's having less drinks than I would, but other than that, it's pretty much the exact same. Yeah.
Amazing. I'm so glad you're having a great time, and I love the shades.
Thank you.
Yeah, they look awesome. I'm just going to move. What's your name?
Ben.
Ben. Good to meet you, Ben.
Nice
good
to
to
meet
meet you guys. Okay, down here, and there's another young man. Thank you very much. Hello. Hi. Another young man who's dressed in orange. Hello. What's your name?
My name's George.
Hi, George. Hi. And are you here? Hello. Who are you?
Hello, I'm Grant.
And Grant, you're together.
Yeah,
yes.
his father.
Great. Oh, great stuff. George, you're very orange, and you love Ricky Fowler.
Yeah.
Yeah. What is it about Ricky that? Why are you such a big fan of his?
I just like what he wears, and
Yeah.
he's just very visible. Like when you look at him.
And your hair is very similar to his as well.
Yeah, it is.
Great stuff. Are you going to go on that first? Are you going to go on the first tee and watch him tee off?
Oh yeah.
Good. Yeah, 12:20. Do not forget. Excellent. It's brilliant here. We've got any. Do we have any? Oh, thank you. Who are you here to support?
John Rahm.
Oh, John Rahm. Did you see that round yesterday?
That was fantastic, wasn't it?
63. It was incredible. Do you think he can win this thing?
I think he can.
Oh my goodness, he'll need a low one. Thank you. And do we have any Rory fans here? Any Rory McIlroy fans?
Yes, we are.
Yes.
Yes, we are.
Oh, where are you from?
From Northern Ireland.
I spotted. Yeah. So you've come over for the Open Championship.
Yes, we have indeed.
How many Opens have you been to?
This is the third.
Great stuff. It didn't really get going for him over the last couple of days on the greens, did it?
He's probably a bit too far behind today to catch up.
I know. This is the question, isn't it? How far down the leaderboard? How far down the leaderboard can we go, do you think? We've got Brian Harman on 12 under par. He's 5 ahead. How far down do you think?
Well, I think Rory needs to start making his birdie putts because he was getting himself in some good positions, but he wasn't making any putts, unfortunately. So
no.
If he's not going to make his putts, he's not going to be anywhere near the top, I don't think.
Great stuff. Thanks for chatting to us. And just finally, you're here from Spain.
Yeah.
Wonderful. You're big golf fans.
Absolutely, yeah.
Oh my goodness. Are you loving the Open Championship?
A lot.
Lovely weather.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, can't really help with the weather. So can you bring some Spanish sunshine next time, please?
We'll try.
Oh, good stuff. Great to have you here.
Go, John.
And good stuff. Okay. Oh, yeah, John Rahm. You're going for John Rahm. Absolutely. Okay. Can we have a little wave to our camera? That'd be great. Do we have the far camera? Can you see the gentleman over there? Give him a wave, everybody. You're on telly. Great stuff. Simon, back to you.
Oh, Di, amazing scenes. The gallery, that is the heartbeat of golf. It is the heartbeat, definitely, of the Open Championship. And the RNA have put on an unbelievable show this week. Josh, great Open.
Honestly, I'm trying to think how many I've been to, 6 or 7. This is up there with one of my favourites. I think the crowds have been. There's been such a good atmosphere in all the fan zones, the food places. Everyone is in a great mood as well. Look at these brollies going up now.
Yeah.
It's just starting to come in this weather now.
It's like a golfing Gold Coast, this little tot here. The 40, 50 miles up and down from Liverpool, up and down, just these incredible links golf courses.
Would you like to go through them? Hillside, West Lancs.
But there's amazing.
Yeah.
Of course, I'd never heard of Wallasey. I was there.
Wallasey.
I love that.
I weirdly met the recent club champion of Wallasey the other day. He'd been there for 3 weeks at Wallasey Golf Club and won.
Oh, just a quick membership.
He might be out there.
Ah, amazing.
On the course today.
Umbrellas are up, which means the caddy's job just got even more complex. Xander Schauffele, he's going out with Patrick Cantney. Those two guys are off at 12:10. That is basically in a half an hour from now. So Xander Schauffele, very deliberate tilt over from the hips, really working on a bit of hip bend. So what you want to do, if you just stand straight up in your posture, just soften your knees a little bit and then tilt from your hips, so kind of like your back pockets feel like they're going up to the sky. That's what Xander's working on.
As a coach, Simon, when you see that swing, I don't see much wrong with that swing.
No, I mean, one of the classic motions, right? So, I mean, Olympic gold medalist. We're just waiting for him to pick up his first major. It's just hard to do at the moment. There's a lot of talent around, isn't there? Wyndham Clark, Brooks Koepka, John Rahm, and who will be the 4th member of the major club this year? It looks as though it's going to be Brian Harman. Josh?
It looks as though. Do you think he's going to hold on? All the stats, all the history says he does, except Jean van der Velde.
Except for Jean van der Velde.
At Carnoustie.
Yeah, that's right. I do feel like Brian I don't think Brian's going to lose this, so he may come back a hair, like 1 or 2 shots, but I do think Cameron Young is very dangerous. John Rahm is very dangerous. So I'm hoping, I don't want to see someone fail.
No, no one ever does.
No, I don't
No
want to
one
see
ever
that. That's not what I'm looking for. But I'm thinking Young and Rahm and Hovland and Day and Fleetwood will have some more. They're not done yet, those 6 names. So we will see. It can be done. The golf course is hard. It was very interesting. I was talking to Peter, and we went through the pins before we came on there, and we're like, wow, that's really weird. And we were out on the golf course walking yesterday early, going, wow, this is a very, very accessible set of pins. So we think that the RNA might have been predicting quite aggressive weather, right? Set the golf course up to give the guys a shot, and it didn't come. So, but Brian Harman, I think, in answering your question, he will have given, what he did yesterday will give him enormous heart today, because he had a little wobble, he had 2 bogeys, and he had a great 2-putt on 3 not to make a bogey. Right, that was mega, and then the putter kept its heat. It was a clinical finish to his round. He played really, really well.
I think the putt on the last was huge. I think that was a massive putt for Brian Harman. It really was. You know, a 5-shot lead compared to a 4-shot lead, it may not seem much. I just think for his mentality, I think that was massive on the last night.
I agree, and I mean, he got himself into trouble. He sliced it down the left-hander, sliced it down there, then got in trouble, played it miles left. The up and down was really, really exceptional. So the putter is just incredible. I mean, it's just like so good. He's something like 9 shots stroke gained in putting, which is like
from inside of 10 feet. He is 44 from 44.
There you go. He's plus 9.277 shots gained over the field. I mean, that's just an astonishing number.
But he's backing it up with other stats as well. So he's 12th in strokes gained off the tee.
Yeah.
As well. So he's not a one-trick pony with the flat stick.
No. There is nothing fluky about the performance. He is in form, which he's brought to the course. He originally said, and we were talking to him, it's like, you know what, when I first came over here, I was like, oh my God, what is going on with these golf courses? And he just got his tail handed to him, is what he said. And then it was a couple of rounds of St Andrews where I was like, man, this is kind of quirky, and I could be good at this, right? They were great quotes. Wow, I've got to embrace this, not fight it. So, yeah, Brian Harman has got 1.5 hands on the claret jug.
I'm sorry, I'm going to go back to what Xander Schauffele here in his caddy. How difficult is this weather for caddies?
Nightmare.
Yeah.
Nightmare. You've got gloves up underneath the spokes of the umbrella, so you've got a couple of gloves. So now it's not like just in the back pocket. The glove goes up onto the umbrella. You've got 1 dry towel at least. You've got another towel which is under there. So you've got a towel for the hands and a towel for the club. You need a wet towel to dry to clean the face, and you need a dry bit of the towel to clean the grip, and it's just an absolute nightmare. And then your player is tense, and then the golf course is hard. If it's windy, the umbrella is really hard to control. This is no one's dream today. So Cantlay really pushing down some apexes there. Those are kind of like little stingers that he's hitting. There goes another one. The Cantlay, possibly a 4-iron there, just punching one out.
It's a great trio of groups starting at 10 past 12 with Xander, Patrick Cantlay, then Fowler and Min Woo Lee. That's a brilliant group, I think, to follow. And then Spieth and Homer. Those 3, if you want to go out early before the leaders for 9 holes, go follow those 3 groups.
Yeah, and
that's a fantastic 3 groups.
Yeah, the Spieth Homer one, it will be really, really fun to watch. I would definitely be out there. Hideki's a really entertaining watch as well. Rory's got Emiliano Grillo, that's at 1 o'clock. Matthew Jordan, local hero, out with another very promising young player, Nikolai Højgaard. Kim and Detry, Shubs, Sharma, and Alex Fitzpatrick. That's a good group. Fleetwood, Straka, then Jason Day, Antoine Rosner. Hovland and Rahm, Cameron Young.
Come on, Hovland and Rahm, come on.
Yeah, but you know what? Those guys could feed each other.
Of course they could.
The chasing pack's going to try to encourage each other and get some action going early to make a move and hit them up. So The rain hat.
The lesser spotted bucket hat of Patrick Cantlay.
The Goldman Sachs. I have a hat similar to that. For the sun.
Yes.
Yeah.
Important to
I
wear.
have 3 or 4 of those. Yeah, that's important. Like, cover up Jamie Mulligan there in the red hat, just watching the Cantlay swing. Great tempo, great pace. A guy you'd think would be a good links player.
Yes. So I said about the
a
other
little
day.
bit of old-fashioned style in there, a little bit like a shot shaper. I like the Cantlay game.
Yeah, he's very solid. No real weakness as well to the Patrick Cantlay game.
No. The big dog is out. Go probably for like just around a 177 ball speed for Patrick Cantlay just to get warmed up. Kind of like it's a tempo day today, I think. Put a nice look, a nice high tee there. Going to launch this up. So let's go for like a 120 apex.
Surprisingly this week for Cantlay, he's 93rd in strokes gained approach. Usually one of the strengths of his game, Cantlay.
Yeah.
And he's done extremely well in every other aspect of his game. Yeah. Around the green, he's 3rd. Yeah. Off the tee, he's 20th. Very strange that for Cantlay.
Yeah. So maybe just working out something in his game. So yeah, kind of what we thought there. And you can see the right to left wind and the wet conditions just dropping down the carries today. Serious face.
Not much movement in that ball flight, is there?
No, they're just little frozen ropes. The Cantlay game is very good. And what's he thinking? Is he thinking, man, if everything I do turns to gold today, could I post a clubhouse score? Patrick Cantlay 1 under. Yeah, just put a little tape on the fingers, just where the glove hand meets the non-glove hand, just so that you can not get any blisters. Tiger always used to do that. And it's just for sort of, you know, if you've got hit a lot of golf balls, you just get little hard areas there. So Cantlay, a little hook there, maybe a little toe hit. Absolutely crucial today. That is the 572nd shot that Patrick Cantlay has hit on the golf course and the driving range this week, interestingly enough. Bryson DeChambeau hit 1,000 in the first 2 days, someone told me.
That's extraordinary.
He went for a mega range session on Wednesday night with full tantrum.
He also, I saw him after Friday's round in the pouring rain. It was worse than this.
Yeah.
At 9:15 at night, he was on the range.
Yeah.
It was pitch black.
Yeah.
And he was there.
He was the scientist. He's put in a fair amount of time this week. It'd be interesting to see if we've got a total of his tally. Amazing. Cantlay, driver is done. There were 7 or 8 amazing drives and there was 1 mistake, so Cantlay, wedges.
How many gloves will the caddy have in the bag?
5 or 6.
Yeah.
5 or 6 and a rain glove. And a double rain glove. So Cantlay, the Payne Stewart, sawn off, waterproofs. Lovely Payne Stewart, tragically missed. Won the US Open at Pinehurst #2. Okay, Cantlay really zoning in, lots of looks.
Might need another bucket hat later if it keeps going like this.
Serious, isn't it? Very, very serious. So speaking of Bryson DeChambeau and the work that he has put in, have a look at this. So Bryson DeChambeau at 330 was the 5th longest, and this fireworks show.
Our graphic.
The fuse went out on
exactly,
our fireworks.
There's too many fireworks there. There we go, everyone.
So Bryson, this is Bryson's effort this week.
These
There's
are all
1,000 shots.
They're all his wedges.
Have a look at this.
Yeah. The apex on some of these are extraordinary.
Yeah, 140.
Extraordinary.
So amazing graphics we've got for you, and we've shown you, we've really brought the range to life this week live at the range, and we'll be back in a mo.
Doctors confirm golf is good for your physical and mental health.
Oh.
Welcome back to a rainy range on this Sunday at Royal Liverpool. The Brollies are all up now on the range, just come in the last 20-25 minutes. Just a few players out there at the moment braving the elements. Wow, there we go. That's the place to be. Just a little bit of food in the stands on this Sunday, taking cover. That's the place to be. And there's Min-Woo Lee, who was a 72 yesterday for the Australian. People were expecting big things from him, thought the conditions would suit him with those 2-iron stingers he hit. He's 10 behind Brian Harman at the moment. Work to do for Min-Woo, but the talent he has.
Yeah, I think it's just a case of like sort of, you know, you're building your career, you're building performances, and a performance on the day 4 matters. You're out with Ricky Fowler. He's got a bit of a momentum going behind him. You're 2 under. Ricky's 1 under.
I know earlier in the week, Simon, you spoke to Min-Woo via the technology of the earphones.
Yeah,
what did you chat to him about?
We was just really sort of about what he was working on, got him to hit a couple of different shots. He's kind of like got the stinger 2-irons with a super low launch, and just how he felt about the game and how he felt about his game. It's one of the young, real sort of sparky, big personalities. I'm a huge fan of him.
Love him. I'm loving him.
He's got a smile on his face. There's not a single autograph or opportunity that he's shying away from. So he's going to be a really charismatic guy, and he's going for the...
This is a brave move.
Yeah, you know what? It just is a better feel, so might have another... Oh, got it wet. Wet hand, wet hand, wet hand. So the battle of keeping dry continues.
He also didn't want you guys to leave as well, because he said he was hitting it so well.
Yeah, he was saying
you guys should stay.
We haven't. He's sort of like, well, okay, wow, this is a really good way of me practicing, because when I'm there, I'm actually trying to hit a shot that you've told me, and I got kind of motivated into that. So Min-Woo, he will be a classy guy, just a little cruise out there with his driving iron. 160 ball speed. This might be... I don't think this is the strong driving iron. This might be a 4-iron. Let's have a look at the finish. It's a great facial expression, isn't it? Like concentration of driving it down there. 12-20 with Ricky Fowler. That's a good group. I think the groups matter.
Of course.
When you're the chasing pack and you're sort of the peloton chasing down kind of like this outlier leader who's just literally like taken off on everybody. you know, it's a pretty amazing leaderboard, and then there's like 2 competitions running because Brian Harman's already won the first one for the first 54 holes, and let's see if he keeps that going again. I mean, you know, for Brian Harman, he's probably got to say, okay, listen, you know what? If I have a game against the course and I can shoot 2 under, I've done it.
Now, I know Minwoo said that Minji, his sister, was going to turn up this week. I've not seen her yet or heard anything. Could it be today?
I did hear that she was thinking of it. Maybe she's getting ready to play.
It's Evian, isn't it?
Right, she's going to play Evian. Yeah. That's going to be next week, and then she's playing the British, the Ladies Open Walton Heath. That's going to be a great competition. So if you are interested in watching the lead ladies, that's going to be the perfect sort of viewpoint from that. So really, really good competition. The scoring from the golf course is not super hot. Adrian Maronk, the excellent Polish player, is 4 under par. Scotty Scheffler did actually bogey 14. That's quite a difficult hole.
14's been a brute this week.
Such a funny little green, the way that it sits there. It's hard to get your optics organised, and then that runoff close to the flag is just so difficult. So
it pins over on the right-hand side today, from what I can remember, as well.
And it just falls off a cliff down the side there. So look at these shots here. We've got worm cam. That's really been pretty amazing viewpoint. So never get to see this, but I've got my minions out there, and they've been bringing out these amazing pictures.
They're doing well keeping the lens clean as well, aren't they?
Yeah, but they've been great. So the technology that we've had this week, you know, this has been sort of an area of the golf course that's been hidden. You know, one guy might come down and interview somebody, but now we've got, for example, we've got the ball tracking technology. We've got all of these different camera systems. We've got a presenter sort of having an opportunity to, what are you doing right now? What are you doing this? And we had the earpods so we can talk to Minwoo, some of the lead players, Christo Lamprecht as well. Fascinating. Hopefully really brought the heartbeat of the golf course, which is the driving range, to life for you viewers.
I love this angle. You never see this angle at all, ever.
No, because it's, you know, because there's a ball coming out at 184 miles an hour straight at you. So look at that. That's just absolutely frozen rope. So the Minwoo Lee swing is on fire. It'll be interesting to see what he can do out there. Really one of the top young Aussies that we've seen. Cam Smith also great. So what does he need to do?
Is he 10 back?
Yeah, I think it's just to have, like, you know, everyone's trying to go, okay, listen, could I put a clubhouse score together, and could the weather deteriorate, and could the lead groups make a few errors, and so you're going through the thing which gives you hope. You're not going out there and going, well, this is absolutely a complete and utter foregone conclusion. So we will soon have our leaders heading to the golf course. Be interesting to see.
Oh, here he is.
Okay, so 11:57 and Brian Harman arrives.
Just over 2 hours before his tee time.
Giving himself, so he's going to be off at 2:15 is the final group. Out with Cameron Young. Cameron Young is 7 under. Brian Harman is 12 under, 5-shot advantage. That's been the big talking point.
Interestingly, Brian Harman, 5-shot lead last night, played lovely. He went to the range after his round. He was there at, I think it was about 8:30 at night, and he was there, the only one on the range. He was there for about 5-10 minutes. Not sure what he was doing. He seemed to be hitting his long irons, and then he left. Very interesting.
No, I think, though, so one is there's a lot of time to kill, right?
True.
Okay, and then it's a nice place, if you're a golf pro, to have a club in your hand. Spieth, working on his game, looking at some numbers, trying to figure out how are the conditions going to impact my game. Everyone's going to feel, I've got to do something special. I'm capable of doing something special. I've got to do something special and see if I get the lottery ticket. And it just all happened. So Spieth, you could tell he was so annoyed at his game yesterday. You could really tell for the first time, like, the pain of not being able to do what you know you can do. Rory McIlroy was 100% the same. one of the most unusual grips. It's like all the fingers are way too long and it's just very fidgety, but the swing is better. So working hard, Cameron McCormack will be somewhere under there. Michael Grella.
Mike Grella always think deserves a medal for every week caddying Jordan.
Yeah, you know, you try to do it, so difficult for the players to keep everything dry.
You don't miss Spieth. When Spieth was winning the majors, he was holding those 20, 25 footers on the greens for fun. You don't see him doing that quite as much anymore.
You don't. I think what happened was, you know, he tried to really put a huge amount of pressure or huge amount of time to make his driving better, and probably may have just have knocked off his putting practice, and then he lost his putting. So it's like, you've kind of got, like, if you can think of the sticks and the spinning plates, right? You're a golf pro, maybe you've got 10 things, right? And then you work on one, but another one crashes on the ground. So it's a very difficult thing to keep your form going. In the Titleist hat behind Max Homa is Mark Blackburn. English coach, lives in the US, got a great field, helping also Justin Rose.
Finished well, Homer, last night. Birdied on 15 and 17.
Yes.
Just helped his round. We saw him, remember, yesterday.
Yeah.
And he was struggling with driver.
Big time.
Big time struggling. Yeah. And he took that onto the course, bogeyed the second and the seventh. He was not comfortable out there, Homer.
No, and didn't take advantage of the easier holes. So
exactly.
Homer was really working on a lot of stuff in his game. You can see. So, on the driving range, in the wet, in the damp, somewhere is Di Stewart. Di, who have you got for us today?
Well, I was listening to that and I don't know.
Thank you very much, Simon.
Maybe just lost a little bit of sound there.
Just a little bit of rain.
Yeah.
In the electronics there.
So, maybe have another go. Di, can you hear us?
I can hear you, Simon. I've been hearing you all morning. Can you hear me? Great stuff.
I can hear you.
Yes, excellent.
Oh, well
here with
played.
Pete and with Gareth Bale. Gareth, great to see you. How are you?
I'm good. I'm very good. Well, no, I'm dry, but it's very wet out here.
I know, it is. It's sort of that drizzly, sort of frizzy hair weather, isn't it?
Yes.
It's not great, yeah.
It's not, but take it.
Well, we'll take it. It's the final day of the Open Championship. My goodness, it gets exciting, doesn't it? Have you ever been this close to the Claret Jug?
I have not, and it's something special, obviously.
This is the closest you'll ever get to it, isn't it?
Well, I've just got a bit closer, but yeah.
Oh, I'm not sure we're allowed to touch it. We'll stay a distance away. Really good to see you here at the Open. You're a big golfer yourself.
Yeah, no, obviously love it. Watch it all the time. Well, watch it a lot. But yeah, when I get a chance to come and watch these players, you kind of have to take it with both hands and see what they're capable of doing.
Yeah. What do you play off?
I'm off one at the moment, so.
That's really good, Pete.
It's a good one
He's
as well.
really good, I know.
Yeah, I mean, have a look at his swing when you get a chance. It's very
very talented. And what have you built in your garden? Have you had a par 3 or something?
Yeah, in Wales. It's my house in Wales. I have 3 par 3s built into the house.
You're literally obsessed with the game, aren't you?
Yeah, it's a good thing. There's a lot of worse things to be addicted to, I think.
What's the strength to your game, Gareth? What do you practice the most? Because, I mean, it all knuckles down to the short game, doesn't it?
Yeah, no, a lot of chipping and putting. That's literally what I do mainly. Yeah. In the house, I'll be putting on the carpet, chipping down the hallway.
Will you?
Yeah, my kids are now involved in it, so yeah, wife's not too happy, but
just don't break anything. Do you put on the carpet at home, Pete?
No, absolutely not. Well, I've got old hardwood flooring, so it makes putting it a bit difficult.
It does make it a little bit tricky.
Yeah.
Yes, totally.
Don't want to brag, 150-year-old oak. It doesn't roll very smooth.
Ooh,
I'd much rather have some holes in my garden, to be honest with you.
No, great. We all would. In fact, we're all inviting ourselves round, if that's okay, if we could come round.
I'll have to get it in tip-top shape.
Okay, great stuff. Right, we're booking it in now. Listen, we've got to mention, we're in this part of the world, Liverpool. You scored that amazing goal for Real Madrid.
I've had a lot of stick this week already.
The Champions League final, 2018. My God, it was a helicopter kick. It was incredible. You still dream about that?
I don't dream about it. I dream about trying to shoot a lower score, to be honest. But no, yeah, it's great to kind of look back on, and when people say stuff, I can say, well, I don't apologise, that's for sure. But no, it's nice to look back on certain things in my career, and yeah, I've obviously had time to do that now.
Yeah. You've had some comments from people up here about that then?
Oh yeah, more than probably what I should have, but they've been actually quite respectful, so it's been good.
Oh, good stuff.
I probably think enough time has passed now that it's probably just about okay.
We
now.
never forget moments in sport, do we? Listen, you're an RNA ambassador. Tell us what you're up to at the moment.
Yes, so we've been doing a health campaign for the last few years. We kind of rolled it first out in Wales to show how healthy golf can be, not just physically but mentally. Obviously, there's facts, and we've done surveys that it can make you live longer. Obviously, keeping fit and healthy. For your mental health, just getting out, being in the open air rather than being stuck inside in your own room watching TV. So there's lots of things that we've been working on, trying to make more people aware that it is very healthy to play golf, which will encourage more people to play. And I think we were speaking earlier, there's been 5 million the last 2 years it's grown in participation in the world. So yeah, it's been good. So yeah,
really good.
Yeah, it's an amazing kind of thing to get out there to the world, I guess.
Yeah, fabulous to be involved in. It's an amazing campaign.
Yeah.
The animated video, it's brilliant. You've seen it, Pete?
Yeah, it's really fantastic. Actually,
it shows Gareth you're playing golf and you're playing football as well, and it flips from one to the other. It's a fantastic animation. It's gone down really well.
Yeah, no, it's good, and it kind of shows you go from the high intensity and the noise of football and to the quietness of golf. And for me, like, golf's been such a good thing mentally, to get away from football, to get away from the pressure and the expectation. Just go on a golf course, you're out in the open, your mind's not thinking about football, and it helped me a lot through my career. So it played a big part.
Yeah, so one thing about the animation, if you've not seen it, it's very good. That split screen is amazing.
Yeah.
To me, you look a lot more focused over the putt than you do over the penalty.
It's a lot harder, I'm not gonna lie.
Really tough, but it's incredible. Football, obviously, a reactionary sport. A golf stationary. You're over a golf ball, a lot more thinking time. So, how have you transferred your football skills onto the golf course? Is it a totally different mindset?
It is in that sense, but I always look at it as, because obviously I was a free kick taker and took penalties, so it's kind of a similar situation where you have time to think and the ball's stationary. So I use a lot of those kind of things, visualising stuff, which helps me into golf, so I've kind of got a little advantage. So, but yeah, in terms of the main sport, it's a lot different. Obviously, reaction, and you have a hell of a lot of time to think over a golf shot, what could go wrong, and it's trying to keep those thoughts away more than anything.
Totally, trying to clear your mind. And obviously, final day, Brian Harman's out in front by 5 shots. Is he going to win it? Is anyone going to chase him down?
You never want somebody to lose a lead, and obviously you want everyone to play well, but obviously from a European perspective, you'd love Jon Rahm he's probably the closest. I think a lot of players, when they shoot low one day, they very rarely come out and do it again, but I feel like he's one of few that can just come out again and shoot low, and he doesn't really care where he finishes. He just wants to either come first or he doesn't care after that. So I think he's going to hopefully give him a run.
Well, we need a close-up of Pete's face again, because at the start of the week he went for Brian Harman.
Listen, it's I can't help it.
He picked Brian Harman.
I want to know who you...
Can I just highlight to our viewers that Gareth, where were you? Where have you been at the beginning of the week?
Well, I don't know if I can say.
Oh, no, he was away, and you were watching live at the range all day Monday and all day Tuesday, which is great. So everyone in my ear is saying thank you and clapping, which is great. But you watch Pete.
Yeah, and he said that you did some crunching of numbers, and I want to know who these people are.
I can't reveal my sources.
Google's a great tool.
I've got a whole team behind me now, statisticians.
It's just you, isn't it, Pete?
It's just me and a phone. No, it's not. It's my guy Jacob.
Oh my goodness!
Big shout out, Jacob.
Oh my god! Gareth Bale's telling you how great you are. This is a moment.
Hey, listen, I've got to pass it on to my team. As nice as that is, I can't take all the credit.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, listen, great stuff. Yeah, Jon Rahm, 63 yesterday. I mean, it was formidable golf. Cam Young's though, he's in there. He shot a really low round at St Andrews, final round last year. Who else have we got? Victor Hovland. Do you think 5 under's too far back? 7 behind?
It obviously all depends on Brian Harman, but I think 5 is close enough. If he slips up, they can really take advantage. The first few holes will be important for everybody, and to get off to a hot start, and hopefully he doesn't. But yeah, hopefully it's exciting for the whole spectacle and he doesn't just run away with it.
Is it a course you've played before?
I have not played here, no. So
Are you walking the course this afternoon? What are you doing?
yeah, well, we'll go out for a bit.
Yeah.
And then try and hide.
See if it rains.
Yeah, and then hide a little bit and then come back out. So yeah, try and watch as much as we can, and if it rains too much, we'll try and find a TV somewhere.
Yeah, great stuff. Well, we've got a cup of tea in our cabin as well. Just a quick word on Tottenham. You've got Big Ange now in charge. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, no, I think it's a good appointment. I think the club wanted to get a manager that probably suits the style of Tottenham more now rather than more defensive. But yeah, excited to see what happens and looking forward to them hopefully playing well this season.
Further up the table, Exactly. And finally, Lionel Messi scored on his debut, didn't he, in the MLS? What did you make of that goal?
Yeah, it was kind of a messy thing, right? What did everyone expect? He produces those moments. Yeah, it's great to see, great for American sport especially, and I think just great for football in general, that he's gone over there and is, I guess, making football bigger in the US, which is only going to benefit football in the whole, because they have a lot of money.
Yes, they do. They certainly do. Now, Gareth, you're off one. You're really good at golf. Would you ever consider? We've seen footballers in the past maybe go and play a bit of professional golf. Would you ever consider that?
No, because I watch these. I know I'm an okay amateur for a standard person, but yeah, these guys are they're like +8, and it's like I know you can't get to that level unless you played since you were young and you have a special talent.
Yeah, we'll spectate, we'll watch, keep up the leisure game. Yeah, pro-ams are good. Great stuff. Thanks, Gareth. Enjoy the rest of the day. And so Brian Harman, you're going for your prediction?
Rahm.
He's going Rahm. You heard it here first, Bale, for Rahm. Right, we'll head back to comms now. Thanks for your time. Cheers. Thank you.
Thanks, Di and Peter and Gareth as well. Simon, as a Spurs fan for how long has it been now? 30 years. Gareth is a huge hero of mine. When we were good for a few months, he was outstanding, and I've met him a couple of times, and to say he loves his golf would be an understatement.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's fantastic for golf when you have kind of like these big crossovers, like we saw Ricky Ponting yesterday. He was an amazing captain of the Australian cricket team, and kind of a sports ambassador. And Gareth Bale, I think golf is kind of lucky that a lot of these ex-sportsmen who are so competitive, once they retire from their sport, which tends to be played at a younger age, there's so many of them playing golf. Brian O'Driscoll, Tim Henman, they're on property for HSBC. So it's hopefully the wave of golf continues. The doors, if there are any doors still closed, they're getting opened. And it becomes really like a global sport for everybody. I think that's the dream, right?
Of course it's a dream, yeah.
Very strong grip there.
It is.
Somebody.
It's Romain Langasque.
Yeah.
He's the amateur champ from 2015.
Yeah.
Langasque, who is he's had a fantastic few years on the DP World Tour. No.
Caddy, no brolly.
This is how you do it.
That's natural.
The driver cover is getting soaked. The monkey there is getting wet. He doesn't mind, though, at all. Absolutely doesn't mind.
No, it is an amazing final day, though, isn't it? It is now 12 minutes past 12. Schauffele and Patrick Cantley have just headed off. They're going to be followed by Fowler and Lee, Minwoo Lee. Spieth and Homer have just left the driving range to make... We're going to find them up on the putting green. And then Romain is going to be playing with Hideki Matsuyama.
It's an interesting... I was in Rome for the Italian Open a few months ago. He shot the most outrageous 62 on Saturday.
Romain, amazing.
There was never, ever, a bit like Harman 65 the other day, there was never a 62 out there.
No.
He shot an unbelievable round of golf around there. He's a super talented golfer. He really is.
And when he's hot, he doesn't stop. He's not afraid of stopping. So plenty of power, 176. That's just a tiny bit above the PGA Tour's average. So there's plenty of power in the Frenchman.
He's only missed 2 cuts all season, Langasque, as well.
Very strong. Victor Perez, also another top Frenchman. It's great to see.
There are a number of Frenchmen who are coming through now. Who do look very handy. There was a little surge that we had. Leve or Van der Velde. Obviously, we're talking about 5-shot leads at Carnoustie. But there's just another little wave coming through now as well. There's Ko, the guy who came through on the Challenge Tour last year. He's having a good year on the DP World Tour as well.
Yeah, amazing. It's great. Allez les bleus. Yep. I played an amazing golf course in France the other day. It was the new golf course. It's a Gil Hans design golf course, and it just looks as though it's been there for 100 years. And that was at Leaderboard, which is kind of on the Loire Valley. Absolutely amazing place. So
now, at the start of the week, I don't think many people would have thought Matt Fitzpatrick would be trailing his brother Alex going into Sunday.
No, but I mean, I've got to say, Alex put together a finish of
Brilliant.
champions last night. It was just amazing, beautiful to watch. So I think it must be hard to be kind of like in the shadow of your brother. So here, Mike Walker just going through a few final pointers. Don't spin your chest out, so it's drive down. You can see him just working on that. So what you don't want to have is like high left shoulder. So Fitzpatrick going to copy that.
Matt came back well with a 67 yesterday. He was. Did you see him at 17 on Friday?
Yeah.
He did well.
Yeah.
He did well to make the cut at the end, because he was getting slightly angry in that waist area on 17.
Yeah. So Fitzpatrick is good. Rain tumbling down. Yeah, it's interesting, you know. All of the punters out there,
look at them.
fantastic, our amazing gallery. Rory McIlroy will be quite close. People thinking about that.
The lovely British summer.
No,
It doesn't stop people.
No, it doesn't.
Never.
Yeah, it's an outdoor sport. I think we're pretty lucky where we live. You know, some parts of the world are baking, so
they're all still smiling. They're still laughing.
Yeah, I was out walking the
great
course earlier, and I was walking through the 5th with the Marshalls from Northup Golf Club in North Wales. And each one of the holes is sort of looked after, the Marshalls, by a club.
Fantastic.
And that was them, and they got 40 of their members there. So
what's Fitzy doing here, Simon?
just working on a little chat there. So it's just like I keep spinning out of this. So just a sequence problem. So chest arm sequence not quite on form there. So just trying to find sort of a very technical chat between him and Mike Walker. Billy Foster, the 3rd member of the team. Sung Jae Im.
Now, we've not seen a cover for the whole bag. That's the lesser spotted cover for the whole bag.
I like that. I would have one of those. Keep the kit dry. I love that.
Like a Mac.
The little brush on the hip as well. That's the new thing to have.
I'm not sure I'm a fan of that.
You know what, though? It was like when you were 7 years old, your grandma would buy you one of those, and you'd look at it and you go, I can't believe someone bought me that. Now, the lead players in the world have got that little gadget on there, and it's cool.
Well, I always thought it was a golfing no-no, the brush on the hip, on the retractable string.
Yes. You would have thought. No. Times have changed.
Griot had it.
Yeah.
I know Villegas used to have it as well.
Times have changed.
Times have changed. Everything's coming back into fashion.
Yeah, Sung Jae.
Are we gonna have iron head covers back in soon? Well, Aaron Rai does.
Aaron Rai.
Yeah. Now.
So another one of the competitions that runs in parallel is for the lead amateur. Rory McIlroy and Fitzpatrick have been that. That is called the Silver Medal, and that will be awarded to Christo Lamprecht. Amazing scenes. Look at Tiger Woods. Justin Rose. Incredible.
I still love watching this.
Yeah.
It's brilliant.
And the scenes, hands go up.
The jumper 8 sizes too big for Justin.
And look at that. The 7-year-old Rory McIlroy and the 5-year-old Matt Fitzpatrick with his brother Alex.
It's Alex. Brilliant.
Last year from Italy. Amazing. The Papa. And now, George with the newest champion.
Yes, hello guys. We are joined by the 2023 silver medalist, Christo Lamprecht. Christo, what a month it has been. An amateur champion and now the silver medalist. It must be a pretty special feeling.
Yeah, it's pretty surreal, I'm not going to lie. It's an honor to be standing here today and be the last amateur standing at the Open, my first Open too. So, yeah, I'm really proud of myself.
Run us through the whole week. It wasn't long ago that you hadn't been to a major and now you've got 3 lined up. How does it feel to have completed your first major?
Yeah, I kind of told my caddy at the start of the week that I think I felt every single emotion this week. From leading the Open after the first day to having one of the, I guess, just a really bad 3 days, ball striking wise. So yeah, it was a little bit of everything and a lot of lessons learned. And yeah, I'm just really, really happy to be here.
There's not many people that can say that they've led the Open Championship. So run us through your emotions after being at the top of the pile after round one. It's still pretty cool, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm actually going to fast track you to Friday afternoon after I shot 79. But I had a chat to Stuart Sink afterwards, and he said he's only led an Open or a major 3 times in his life, and I'm a 22, and I've already done that once. So he just told me there's a lot to take away from this week that I can be proud of. And I think looking back now, I definitely am.
And you've got a long wait before you get to stand out there on the 18th next to the champion. How's it going to feel to be out there on the 18th green with a full grandstand?
Yeah, teeing off first this morning, we didn't have a full grandstand coming in 18, so it's going to be really cool, and yeah, I can't wait to be there.
Well, if it stays as it is, we're going to statistically have the tallest man in the field with the shortest man in the field with Brian Harman. That'll make for a good photo.
Yeah, he's going to look even smaller with a claret jug next to him, but yeah, no, it's gonna be pretty funny. Hopefully it is him.
Nice. And how proud are you finally of your efforts this week? There's so many people watching all over the world, and obviously back home in South Africa, it must be a pretty cool feeling.
Yeah, it's really nice, and obviously being the first South African to be the silver medalist, it's really nice to kind of engrave my name in history, and hopefully there's many more to come. Yeah, well, it's been a while since 2010 since our amateur champion has gone on to win the silver medalist, so another slice of history. That also must feel great to engrave your name there too. Yeah, yeah, it's just nice to kind of have my name edged in a couple of records and enjoy that. So, yeah, I'll definitely be taking it all in on 18 today and really just enjoying the moment. But before then, it's probably time to go home for a little nap. You've got quite a while to wait, don't you? Yeah, I've got a flight out tomorrow morning at 5, so I'm definitely going to get packing and take a nap and then come back out. Nice. Well, Krista, it's been great to watch you. Well done this week, and enjoy this evening's celebrations. Awesome. Thank you so much. Appreciate it, George. Back to you guys.
Many congratulations to Christo Lamprecht. Many of you may not have seen. He asked everyone on 17, and he was on the tee to clap as he was coming into his shot, and they kept clapping. It was great.
Yeah.
Oh, there'll be a lot of claps for this man today.
I think that's right. Crowd favourite in his waterproof jacket and his waterproof trousers.
Now, what colour are we calling this?
Yeah. Rory McIlroy, 9 behind.
We thought 3 under through 5 yesterday. We would do it. He was on the range, and we thought yesterday this is 64. The day. Rahman shot 63. We thought this is the day, and you could see how frustrated he was on the greens yesterday. He had so many. I think he had 9 chances for birdie inside 20 feet yesterday. Only converted 3.
Yeah, I think the putting wasn't that great. I would say that, but the shots were too far away. He couldn't get them in close enough. So, annoying from Rory, right? So he finds himself going off with Emiliano Grillo.
Yeah, his last birdie yesterday was on 5.
Yeah, and then just did one single drop, and then he parred it all the way in. So didn't even birdie the last. Yeah, the putter. But I think that's what's difficult, and maybe Brian Harman's golf has changed the plan for the following pack, right? So then they were out there going. Rory got off to the dream start, absolutely no doubt at all, and he couldn't quite keep it going because when Rory was making those birdies, Brian Harman had made 2 bogeys. So Rory would have said, okay, game on, and his putter went stone cold flat.
He went on to the... He's in good spirits as well. He went onto the putting green afterwards with Harry. But, of course, Matthew Fitzpatrick and Rory know each other extremely well. Bit of laughs, bit of fun before they're around. But Rory went onto the putting green afterwards, and he missed a few. And he was furious, even on the putting green. He knew something wasn't quite right, and he was so angry yesterday.
Oh, and for good reason. He's just not got it going. So, Fitzpatrick... Oh, a little bit of water on the ball. That's amazing, isn't it? It's like these new drivers, they've got so little grip. They're almost like a skid, and if you get it wet, they slide off all over the place. So dry face, dry ball, absolutely crucial if you want to control it. Fitzpatrick sending it down there.
I'm almost certain Billy Foster is involved with the jokes here. That's why everyone's laughing.
Billy Foster. The caddies are the heartbeat of the tour. There's absolutely no doubt about it. So let's have a look. at someone who just makes swinging a golf club look unbelievably easy and natural and normal. And so you go, okay, so if you're a non-golfer, you say, what's a golf swing look like? This is
Just
what it
do
looks
that.
like.
Just do that, everyone.
Just do that. You stand on the side, you swing, you turn to the top, you turn to the finish. It's like that. Okay, I'll have a go at that.
Just a quick one on Rory this week. 2nd in strokes gained off the tee.
I know.
7th in strokes gained approach.
I know.
Strokes gained putting, 117th. That says it all, really.
There's a few of them. Scheffler could say exactly the same. So there we go. Matt Fitzpatrick will have Billy Foster for company today. Rory McIlroy, Harry Diamond. 2 big teams. There'll be Ryder Cuppers. Rory just going through a few wedges. 120, that'll be the 56. Here we go, one little waggle. And now you turn back. And you turn through. And you hold the finish. And you look amazing. And then you can twirl the club down. And the ball goes exactly where you want. And that's how you play golf. And then you've got someone who can hit it 370 yards dead straight over a bunker into a tiny little corner, who's got a 6-footer who doesn't touch the hole.
So I mentioned earlier that Brian Harman had 44 from 44
Yeah.
inside 10 feet.
Yeah.
Rory has missed 6 inside 10 feet this
There you
week.
go.
3 inside 5 feet.
There you go. So it'd be interesting to see the Rory McIlroy practice is right around, well, yesterday it was exactly 57 shots. He's off at 1 o'clock. It is currently 12:26. So
is 57 shots a lot? Is that about right? It depends on the player, of course.
No, I think it depends on the course. He had a lot of drivers and he had a lot of low shots. So his normal shot is really a high shot. He had a lot of low shots yesterday. So you're adapting your game for the task that you're going to be going. This is not a technical warm-up, although for some players it has been a very technical warm-up. So it just goes to show, like, does a golf pro think about anything when they go out? Yes, they do. See the 4 little flags down the left side of the driving range? That's just to give you kind of some eyes on controlling distance.
Just looking at the scores, Simon, of what's out there today, there aren't loads of birdies out there compared to yesterday.
No.
Like the low round at the moment is Scheffler at 4 under.
Yeah.
And he's got, how many's got left to play? 2 holes left to play.
Yeah. No, but I think that yesterday it was a mistake. I think that they anticipated a much more difficult. The pins out there today are really difficult. I think they're really difficult. I mean, they've made 17 a bit shorter and softened the pin. They've made 15 a bit shorter and softened the pin. So it's going to be interesting.
So does this play into Brian Harman's hands?
100%.
Yeah.
The harder it is, the less people can have a go at him. So the course setup has defended him by probably 2 or 3 shots, and that's all he needs. So if Brian Harman is definitely already on the winning score. There it is. Rory McIlroy, he's hoping for magic.
Origins premium experiences at the Open. The ultimate way to experience golf's original championship. Enjoy unparalleled on-course views as the world's best golfers take on the challenge of the links. With over 10 hours of world-class action, mouth-watering food and complimentary drinks, guests can soak up the nail-biting atmosphere like never before. Watch history in the making. Whether you're looking for the ultimate client experience or a memorable day with a group of friends, Origins offers a variety of fully inclusive premium experiences that cater to every taste and budget. Don't miss your chance to guarantee your place and the experience of a lifetime.
Welcome back to Live at the Range on this final day of the 151st Open Championship. Rory McIlroy. He's been on the range for about 5 minutes or so, just going through maybe his biggest wedge in the bag. His stats will be on the screen there. The technology we've got here at the range this year is absolutely fantastic. There we go, just a little across for Rory. Just dialing in those wedges. A little nod there, Simon.
Yeah,
just a little nod.
The reason for all of the data is it helps the players with feedback, right? And so what you want to do is line up so that there's not much difference between what you think is going to happen and what actually happens. So for McIlroy, that might have been a 9-iron, like around a 160. No, 153 carry, I think, is a Rory McIlroy 9-iron. That's a little bit more loft than a 9-iron. That might be the.
That looks like a wedge. It's
the
one of his highest wedge.
pitching wedge, yeah. So that's probably around 48 degrees, I would say. So McIlroy still just working the wedges. So he's not in a rush to get to driver. He's just working on his swing, tuning it in. And I mean, it is a little bit about the bad shots that you hit, and you always hit bad shots, but it's about how many really good shots you hit. That's a much more important measure for what Rory's got to do today. So when he does have the wedges and he's got the scoring opportunities, he can't hit into 15 feet because he's not making any of those.
Rory is obviously a very attacking player. Can he attack this course today at all?
He can. I would say there are about 3 of them who I think are just exceptionally talented. I've just been blown a kiss by Di Stewart. It's quite an emotional moment for me. So Cameron Young, I think, is really talented. Rahm, Hovland and Day. Amazing talents. Fleetwood hanging in there.
Tommy was so flat after his round yesterday. He was interviewed, and Tommy's always bubbly, smiling. There was none of that. He was gutted. He was really gutted after his round yesterday.
Yeah, it massively matters. You spend your entire career working towards a stage where you are right in position to get your hands on something that you desperately, desperately want. And it doesn't happen. And you know you can perform at that level, the level you need, but you didn't manage to get it out there. So you got in your own way, or you got in the... You got the wrong thing. So there's the dashboard. Rory just checking out his numbers.
139 there.
So here we go.
Rain just started to get a little bit heavier again.
The top tracer technology guys in the background getting a closer look at their local hero. There'll be guys. Brian Harman will soon be coming down. He'll might be having something to eat. Then he might go for a stretch. Then he might have a putt. Then he might have a chip. Then he'll come down here. Then he'll head back, have a putt, wait for the last minute, and he will enter the cauldron that is the first hole as he goes on search for his biggest victory by far.
By far.
John Deere Classic, Wells Fargo, and Open.
In that last win at Wells Fargo was 6 years ago as well.
Yeah, 2017 season.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Okay, let me ask you this. If, let's say, Brian Harman wins, where does that put him in the Ryder Cup thoughts now for Zach Johnson?
Oh, I mean, Zach, I think Zach's looking at, like, gritty fighters who are amazing putters as a foursomes partner. Oh, he's 100%, right?
Kevin Kisner didn't get in the last Ryder Cup, which I was surprised at.
Yeah, but I think America was kind of spoilt for choice in the
were.
last shot. And then when you go around Whistling Straight, it's an enormous golf course, right? And
Very
Kisner
true.
is super short. So I think that it'll be interesting. You know, Rory McIlroy will be leading out a much, much stronger team. I mean, we were talking about this perhaps when we were doing one of the US Tour shows before Christmas of how unbelievably strong the US team looked and where we would find that. I looked at it the other day and we were talking about, I think we look much more steady than we were. So we need our top Europeans to be amazing, and then we need our picks, our young blood, to show up and be amazing, and that could be an incredible contest.
I don't think the Americans, are quite on. Look at JT, for
Yeah.
example.
No.
JT,
Oh, no.
JT's in a bit of trouble at the
Scotty
moment.
Scheffler can't put it in from 2 feet. So here we go. So
Yeah.
we're watching Rory McIlroy as he goes through his practice. 57 shots he hit yesterday in his warm-up, just so you know.
There's only 2 Americans in the top 16, and that's Brian Harman and Cam Young.
Yeah.
They're the only 2.
Yep. So, yeah, a far more international look.
And then you've got the likes of Hovland, Fleetwood, Rahm, Rory, Matt Fitzpatrick, who are going to be there.
Yeah.
In the European side.
Yeah. Oh, it's going to be an amazing contest. It's a 2-horse race. It's always tighter than we think. You know, you go through it and you have all these sorts of heart attack things, and then it's just very, very difficult. It's difficult in a 2-horse race.
It's a big old group. Follow behind Rory on the range.
So this is a rare treat. So Di Stewart, who is sort of a modern-day Cliff Richard, has been down on the driving range, cheering up the troops, and it's been.
Does that mean
amazing.
she's Dame Di Stewart as well?
What's the next thing up from Dame?
I don't know. Well,
an icon,
leader
Here
of
we
the
go.
world.
And I'm delighted to say that in our little TV compound, we have been joined for a few minutes by Di, who's going to have a chat with Josh.
Oh, she's actually going to sit in. This is a privilege.
I didn't know this was happening. I thought I was on my
I
break.
know.
But I'm not. I'm here.
Look
I'm
at
with
it.
you.
And you come for Rory as well.
Oh my goodness. This is, chaps, this is wonderful.
Come and sit
isn't
down,
it?
Di.
I will,
Come and sit
I will.
down. Come on.
This is great.
Come on.
My goodness.
Have you
What great. You've got chocolate, you've got sweets.
You just come in here to get in for the rain, basically.
Pretty much. Yeah. And get my step count in today, because I have been on the range all week.
Yeah.
It's been such a fantastic
You had a
experience.
good week. You had a good week.
And do you know, it was brilliant to speak to Rory on Monday, coming off the back of that Scottish Open victory and resetting. It was all about resetting, but really hasn't got things fired up on the greens, has he, over the last couple of days especially?
I know. One of the things I said about an hour ago is how much I've enjoyed the fans here this week. And you've been talking to the fans in the stands here, and they're just, the atmosphere has been brilliant all week.
Yeah, honestly, they have been a treat to speak to. They know their golf inside and out. And the 2 Ricky Fowler fans I spoke to this morning, hilarious. Ben, who'd come all the way from the USA with friends, he came out with some really witty comments, actually. He said, I see a lot of myself out there on the range, which was just great. You never know when you're going to get a funny comment from the gallery.
Yeah.
But all, youngsters and all sorts. I just saw there was a little baby being fed, wasn't
I saw
there?
that, yeah, brilliant. Yeah, I spoke to a lot of the kids out there doing a few features, and they're all having a great time, and just, they all...
Despite the rain, Josh,
I know,
despite the rain, we're
exactly.
still loving it. There's still a brilliant atmosphere. Walking over from the driving range to the TV compound, everyone's still smiling and just obsessed with golf. The passion for it is great.
And you know who they're obsessed with? This man here on the screen.
Yeah.
Nearly every kid I spoke to, they idolise Rory. They absolutely idolise him.
Yeah, they do. There's something so special about him, and we have such high expectations every major championship, don't we? What do you think of the waterproofs?
Now, I asked Simon this. What's the thoughts on the colour? I don't like it.
I'm not
gonna
too
say.
sure, but see, I'm not very trendy. I get dressed and then my daughter tells me to change because things don't match. So he keeps it very clean, doesn't he?
He does.
It's very simple. I quite like it. I don't mind it.
Simple is an adjective to describe that.
You don't like it, do you?
I love his shoes. His shoes, he wore those yesterday. They're amazing. They are incredible, those. Live to play.
Those.
I love those a lot.
Yeah, they look good. They look really good. But he always looks very dapper,
He does.
very smart.
Yeah, he does.
It's a very, very good cut on all his clothing.
Yeah. I just think it's beige. I'm just going to call that beige.
It's a little bit beige.
Yeah.
But sometimes you want to go under the radar and wear something that's very bland, don't you?
But he wears them well. See, if I was to put that on, I would be told off by a lot of people who I don't know.
But it's Rory McIlroy, so
Exactly.
yeah, and we will never be him. But what's he doing on the range right now?
He's just been going through his wedges, so he's 188. What's that? It's going to be about a 8-iron, roughly 7-iron maybe for him. He's been super relaxed. Had Matt Fitzpatrick next to him as well, and everyone's having a laugh down there, and he's in good spirits today.
Oh, good stuff. Do you know what? I'm going to dash back there and see if I can get a little smile from Rory.
I
and
reckon.
Get the vibe
Oh,
from him.
you will. If anyone
I might
can.
try and get into that grandstand because we love it when Rory's on the range, don't we? Do you know, George always gets a smile from him.
Yeah, I don't know how he does it. I don't know how he does it.
Do you know what? Rory was amazing at the BMW PGA Championship last year. My son managed to walk a couple of holes with him, and just I said to my son Max, what did you chat to Rory about? And he went, "Oh, Mum, just chatted wedge play." Honestly, he's 10. Going on 25, and I was like,
that is fantastic.
That's just brilliant.
Brilliant.
Just chat wedge play with
that
Rory.
is, I love that. I love that so much.
So he gives a lot of time.
He does give a lot of time.
He
really does. Yeah, he really does. Yeah.
Right, chaps, I'm going to dash back there.
Okay.
You might see me on your screen very shortly.
Please get the waterproofs on. You might need them all, I think.
I will.
Yeah.
Holmesy, back to you.
What a joy to have the effervescent Di Stewart.
There we go. Look at this. This is what we're talking about the fans this week. There is no code. The hands are inside the jumper. It's a little chilly. The wind it's getting a little horizontal as well. But that is the dedication. She does not care. Look at that. That's what we like to see. Yeah, the glasses might need to cover. They're getting a bit steamy there. Yeah, she is more than happy out there without a jacket on today. That's great to see as well. What a view for that kid there.
Yeah.
It's prime viewing.
Yeah, but that's a part of it, right? Having access, that's one of the rare things in golf is you can just be so close, the interaction. And I think the players recognize how important that interaction is, and they're really much more willing to participate. And yeah, children will be impressed. They get an impression of what it was like, and if you encourage them, that's like food and water to children, isn't it? Education, knowledge, access. That's what they'll hang on to, and moments are made, and magic is created. So superb. I
said this to Di while you just took a step outside, that all the kids I spoke to this week, when I asked who's your favourite player, I would say 99% have said this man. I don't think sometimes golfers realise how much they're idolised by children. And moments like this, for this kid on the range, as you said, she will remember this for the rest of her life.
Yeah, she will. Yeah, so what happened? I was in the pouring rain and my mum made me watch this stupid man. No, incredible, right?
Yeah. And she'll go tell all her friends as well. And then what happens then is that those kids...
let's go try golf.
Let's go try golf, exactly. Yeah. That's the way to do it.
That's what we want. Let's go try golf.
Yeah. And if she tells, let's say she tells 50 of her friends.
Yeah.
Let's say just one takes up the game.
Yeah, bang, works.
That's one more than there would have been normally.
Yeah, yeah. If you're a mum and dad, give your child the gift of golf. Play it for the whole of your life.
Maybe it's not in this weather.
Any weather.
Now all the brollies are up
Any
now,
weather.
everyone.
My two boys, Max and Alfie, they'd be like, come on, Dad, we'll play 9 holes, we're going to work on our rain gear game. So that they would. My poor wife, Melly, she'd be dragged out there. So.
What have we got here for Rory now? That's a driving iron, and by the looks of it, 2-iron, his 2-iron
Yeah,
maybe,
I think that's
Simon?
the 2-iron. That's the one. That's the hazardous smoke shaft. So that's the 2-iron.
Can someone give that girl a brolly? I feel like she could do with a brolly.
No one's got a brolly. Look at the 4 of those guys, 5 of them. So there are brollies out there. There are brollies and then there are brollies. Look at that. Would you like it? Oh,
Gareth's got one. Should someone get a message to Gareth? Say, could you go down and help the girl?
He would do it. He would do it. I'll tell you what.
Of course he would.
What a great ambassador for sport.
She's putting the hood up. She's getting the hood up now. Okay.
Here we go.
Okay.
I think the range guy walked past and said, put your head up, love.
I think Gareth's got longer hair than that girl as well.
He's a top man, Gareth Bale.
Is,
very lucky that we had kind of like that crossover from football to golf, and Di and Peter kind of got a great insight into his love of the game. So
when he was at Real Madrid, he had a fantastic choice of courses there in that area.
Yeah. Puerto de Hero.
Yeah.
Yeah, played a lot of golf. Oh, look at that. The hands of the number 2 player in the world at the moment. A man who needs the best round of his life today.
I love the close-ups on the grips here of the players, because we've gone through a few players. For Langas, or Matt Jordan yesterday, Scheffler, Rory, just how you can play the game and with any kind of grip that works, that suits you.
Well, did you
as well.
see Scotty Scheffler? Scotty Scheffler has been practicing every single day with a forged grip, a grip that's got a moulding on it to put his hands in the right position. I asked about it, to put his right hand a bit more on top, so when his right hand creeps under and he's trying to keep it in a more neutral position. So Rory McIlroy, 173 ball speed. That is with the Ventus, so that's the 3-wood.
And you know, Simon, as a coach as well, I remember old school teaching would be there was only one grip.
Yeah.
This was the perfect grip.
It's so changed.
But now it's changed so much, hasn't it? Yeah.
I think now, because the guys hit it so hard, it's like basically grip it so you can hold on to it and then hit it as hard as you can. So Rory McIlroy, 3-wood. That's got a little bit too much curve left on it. It is pretty much, it's a funny old rain. It's kind of like it's like a shower.
It's a fine rain.
It's a fine rain that absolutely drenches you. So for McIlroy, 264, you can see the last one. Here's the data. Rory drove it amazingly well yesterday. He will need to drive it amazingly well, and then he will need the cooperation of all 14 clubs in his bag. Looking at our dashboard, checking out our numbers, that is Top Tracer technology. That is a ball tracking system. It's really added a lot of information to us and you guys at home about what the players do.
His 123 apex there with his 3-wood. How much higher is that than the average?
The average is probably around 90 feet.
Wow.
Right?
Okay.
So he really does hit it super, super high. The guys who are in the same thing are probably... Hideki Matsuyama hits it as high, I think, as anybody that I know. Bryson hits it high. Ross Fisher hits it unbelievably
Ross Fisher
high.
is like goes into the
straight up
clouds.
his nose. So I think those are the guys. So let's have a look. If this is the full beans, this is going to be like a 186 and around 130 apex. So have a look at those numbers. Okay, 180. Maybe the waterproofs just hold a little bit of the speed out. Rory looking at that. I think Rory's going to put a little bit more effort into this one. So let's have a look as he just goes through from 6th gear to 7th gear, which only Rory has. It's quite a positive move through the ball, isn't it, Joshy?
What always impresses me with the likes of Rory and Bryson and the big hitters is the balance they have despite swinging so fast and hitting it so far.
Well, it was an extraordinary thing when Charlie Woods was sort of talking to his dad, Tiger Woods, to say like, okay, you know, I want to copy you. No, don't copy me. Don't copy me. Copy Rory, because he never ever loses balance. Right?
Incredible.
It is. You think of Scotty Scheffler and his footwork, and Jordan Spieth and his footwork, and then you think of this. Look, it's like, I think it's because the speed comes to such an abrupt end. And it's like it's frozen. Like if you're going to do a statue, it's like, boom, that's the image. McIlroy going through his moves here. You can see 126 apex. So that really is pretty high, pretty stream free. It isn't that windy, but it is rainy. The wind is into on the first. So it's such an unusual wind. When Rory won and when Tiger won, it was dead down the wind, dead downwind the first hole. So
I'm just saying now, Brian Harman must be loving this now.
Yeah,
seeing these conditions.
This absolutely plays into his hand, because this takes out someone really shooting 63 and scaring him, right? So now, yeah, the conditions are favouring Harman, and the course setup massively favouring Harman.
And the fact that he doesn't hit it high. He's a low ball hitter, and he can just nurdle it around Royal Liverpool, shoot 70.
Oh, 70. He could shoot. I reckon he could shoot. If he shoots, there it is. Yeah, amazing. Rory now to the courtesy cars, then to the putting green to find, hopefully, some magic. Here we go. That is the Rory McIlroy fireworks show. He turned off some wedges. Amazing, isn't it? So we've just heard from our stats guy. That's Fred. 57 shots yesterday, 57 shots today. The routine
is exactly
stable.
the same.
So we'll take a quick break. Back in a mo. Well, it is going to be interesting. No doubt at all that the weather will play its part. Umbrellas are up, waterproofs are on. George, perhaps a little update for us around the weather. What do you see out there? Are you catching some pretty bad weather?
Yeah, hi guys. Did I hear you asking for a weather report, Simon? Well, one thing I can tell you now, it's not great. The heavens have opened up and it's really starting to come down. Got the umbrella here, but I think we need to take some cover. Come with me. Let's get under here. I think this is the Sky Sports studio. Let's hide under here, and well, it's quite a good view, isn't it? Look at all the brollies out there getting utilised. It is, well, it's wet rain, if that's a thing. Let me try and just clean this up for you guys. Here we go. There, look at that beautiful view. Brollies everywhere, and there's a lot of players. Well, they're all wearing matching outfits because they're all in their waterproofs. Jason Day, Shabunka Sharma, Alex Fitzpatrick. We've just seen Matt Fitzpatrick hoon off as well. This is a great looking putting green, and well, they're going to be quite iconic images by the end of the day. Umbrellas everywhere at Royal Liverpool. This is all of a sudden turning to one very, very difficult day of golf. Some good players on course are looking absolutely saturated. So half of this battle today is going to be keeping yourself in the game, keeping yourself dry and not letting it affect your swing too much. But my God, if you look into the distance as well, I can't see this rain disappearing anytime soon. So from down here on the putting green, guys, it's quite simply wet, wet and wet. So take some cover, maybe stay in the commentary box if I were you guys. You've got it good. You have got it good.
Yeah, thank you, George. Yeah, it's really impactful, isn't it? Look at that.
It's almost too dry in here.
Yeah. No, it's been very, very tough, isn't it? So look at this. Look at the wind in those trees.
It's really coming in now. This was forecast for later this afternoon.
Yep. I wondered. I mean, there's a point at which, Matt, where the golf course wins. The golf course and the conditions will beat everybody up, and then there might be more players coming into the frame. This is going to make it much more difficult to make a great score.
Just for people watching, they can't stop for this. The people organising the R&A, they can't stop for this kind of rain.
No.
If it keeps going like this.
No. I mean, we play an outdoor sport. The golf tournaments have been won and lost in conditions much worse than this. So the things which are dangerous for us, we have to bring in if there's lightning. So we are really keeping an eye to make sure people are safe, because that you do not want to be out with that. And then if there are certain areas of the golf course which flood out, but the pins, the R&A knows exactly how to do this, right? So they'll know the areas where there's flooding. You won't have pins in low points, you'll have pins in high points. And they're going to complete this. And this is forged by nature. That's our message, isn't it? It's like, okay, this is the most natural of all of the golf courses. So you've got kind of like man and nature and golf all combined together to create an amazing championship. And this is not the Masters where, or this is not, you know, an American event where there's just absolutely perfect weather for 4 days and the wind never matters and you just read your numbers. So Nikolai, one of 2 sets of brothers in this event, remarkably so, with his brother Rasmus, and then the amazing combination of Alex and Matt Fitzpatrick. Matt is 2 under par, soon going off. Alex at 4 under par, soon to come down to the driving range. We saw him just a few minutes ago up on the putting green. So George probably close to Rory,
as per usual, and it is wet down here, as we've been talking about a lot. Here he comes in that camo wet weather outfit. Looks like he's skipping the putting green. No point. He's come a bit later and he's just going to hoon straight to the first tee. This is a very different routine, the first time that this has changed. So will it be a change of fortunes with a change of routine? Normally he rocks up onto the putting green, doesn't he, Simon?
Yeah, that's really interesting. He may have had a good long putt and he may decide, you know, listen, I've just got to get out there and see it and feel it. I mean, you would have thought that the greens would slow up. I think some of the players have found getting the right pace, the adjustment from the fast American greens to the slower links greens because of the exposure of the course and the weather. Difficult to sort of make that adaptation. And Rory must be super frustrated with his putter. Maybe his putter's on the naughty step and he's not using it until the first hole.
The putter's gone to the naughty corner. Doesn't deserve the chance. Fair enough. But it is absolutely...
Is the rain getting worse out there, George?
It's kind of just settled right in. It's not going anywhere. It's at a point where it can't get much worse. And every time I look, it doesn't look any better. So we're in trouble.
There's going to be a big cheer here, George, isn't there, for Rory?
Oh.
Well, Rory McIlroy takes a lot of the gallery with him and the hopes. He's got an absolutely massive and passionate fan base, Josh.
This is going to be a huge cheer on the first tee.
Here's the Rory cheer. He's on the first tee for the final time at the 151st Open. Can he make a last run at this? It's going to be tough for everyone out there. So there's a chance to make up some shots, but whew, always a pleasure to watch that. Can he do it today? One last effort, Rory. Come on, son.
Yeah, I like that. I think that's right. One last effort, and Rory's going to take the 15th club with him, and the passion for
yeah.
He wants to show his fans the best performance he's got. A lot of pride in what he's done there. It's going to be interesting. I think, George, you know, the sidestepping of the putting green. I've never seen him do that before. That's a different thing than before.
Yeah, maybe he's just thinking, stuff it. I'm just going to go out there, rock in, and start rolling some putts. I think the greens are going to be so challenging out there either way. It's just all about getting out there and being confident and doing the job. So it's going to be interesting to watch this afternoon. Can he handle the weather better than anyone else? I'm unsure, but either way, it's going to be an adventurous afternoon.
Yeah, cheers, George. That was a great bit of coverage there. So perfect opportunity for us to see those final moments before Rory heads off to the 4th round of the 151st Open, Josh.
Maybe also he thought, I've done all these putting practices in the last 3 days and I've putted awfully.
Yeah.
So what was the point of that, really?
Yeah.
This guy has had a fantastic week, Shabanka Sharma.
Yeah.
One of the nicest guys on tour.
Yeah, really
to chat
fantastic.
to.
Yeah, often comes down if he's in London to play golf with his friends at Wisley Golf Club. Charming guy, just does not have a bad day. One of those really lovely personalities, superb ambassador for golf.
He's like for Indian golf now. He's the one now almost taking the baton
from Jeev.
From Jeev Milker.
Yeah. Yeah, golf in India, that is growing. some beautiful golf courses, amazing country, such a culture. Okay, so Shubs just clipping off a few. Very neat action, very ordered. Have a look at this. So hands just to the shoulder, and then the turn through. Jeev Milkha Singh had a very unorthodox swing and absolute magical hands. This is a little bit more coached. This is a little bit more classic. The nice posture. The left wrist gets into a very strong position early, and then the right side releases it through. Just looks like very ordered, doesn't it? Look, nothing in a hurry. But a strong player, plays with a smile on his face, lives with a smile on his face. So he is off at 135. He's going to have Alex Fitzpatrick for company. Those two guys are at 4 under par. They are 7 behind. And they are 8 behind. And they're going to be thinking, if every single thing we do today works out, we could post a clubhouse score.
Of course. You know what I love? So Shubhankar Sharma's missed his last 3 cuts, and by a distance. I love how the Open Championship can just bring the best out in the player from absolutely nowhere as well.
It's a very strange thing, you know. It's very easy to judge what you're doing by your score, right? But I mean, my ball could land right here and go in the hole. Your ball could land a foot away from it, go in a bunker. You make a 6, I make a 2. It's a funny way that it doesn't always reflect the whole of the package of where you are. So, God, it is really hosing down now, isn't it? Look at that. Soft hands.
What's interesting is that, just looking outside our commentary door here, it's not as heavy as the range. And it's, what are we, 500 yards away?
Yes, 500 yards. So I think that's a little bit the nature of it. It definitely looks a little bit lighter here. So, no umbrella over the bag there. The caddy, no umbrella. It does look as though it's hosing down, so putting a little bit more effort into that. That's probably a pitching wedge. Just warming up, just getting a sense of the feel for the ball, the conditions. The waterproof jacket's on, going to be all day. That's the first day we've had that. That makes a difference. You know, you had experts. I mean, it was Paul Lawrie who overcome a 10-shot deficit when he beat John van der Velde in the playoff, wasn't it? And he loved these conditions, right?
Thrived in them.
Thrived in them. Sandy Lyle would have a waterproof jacket on half the time. So there are sort of waterproof or bad weather experts. I mean, the thing about it is that Brian Harman looks to be one of those guys.
He does. Now, one of the... I mean, Matt Jordan at the start of the week was... He still is Matt Jordan, to be fair. Alex Fitzpatrick, who has been playing on the Challenge Tour this year, he's been playing well, to be fair, as well. He could tie up his DP World Tour card.
Big time.
After today.
We talk about winning, but there are a million different scenarios. Every single guy's on his own different journey. So that is a very clean-looking action, isn't it? Modern wrist positions, very much sort of held and stable through the ball, not a rotating arm finish like a Rory McIlroy, kind of a blocking arm finish just like his brother. Lots of body turn matching that up. Mark Blackburn, the coach with the Titleist hat on, he's come from the US. Alex was in the US, he would have met him there. So Wake Forest University. Demon Deacons, still a smile on the face. That's the job maybe of the coach, just to keep the energy up and the tension down and keep yourself positive. And listen, don't think about anything else, but think about this and go and have fun and enjoy the challenge. You know, show the people who are out there to support you a proper show. It was an amazing finish of his tournament last night. If you were watching, the birdie on 18 was just like, you could see what it meant.
Well, the birdie on 17 as well. That putt was from 25, 30 feet, and it was going like a train.
Yeah, it was.
He said he hates that hole 17.
It's going to be a hole. It's going to be a hole. I mean, can you imagine if it does get windier today? So it's going to be, the 17th will be into off the right. We have seen some of the guys, so it's dead downwind on 4. We have seen Bryson DeChambeau drive the green. We have seen Adam Scott make a 2 as well. So 2 eagles recorded on the second. 351 yards, so well in range for a driver downwind. Probably a 3-wood for Rory. So going to be just a fascinating start. Okay, winter gloves. Those are rain gloves, I'm sorry. So the weather there is amazing. If you live in England.
What's the difference between those and just a regular glove?
Yeah, this is a totally different construction. So when they're wet, they're fantastic. They really help you to grip. So I have those in my bag all the time. My hands are terrible. So I have those quite a lot, and they help me just to kind of get my hands on the club. So you can see when it's really coming down as it is. It's a drenching rain.
Some players I've seen, even when it's hot, they will wear a single one of those all-weather gloves because they said they're really, really good.
Yeah, they are. Yeah. Mickelson, often doing that. So the focus. It's a combination of focus and freedom that's required today from the chasing pack. Alex Fitzpatrick, he is 4 under par, and he is in 9th place.
He's in a nice group with Shabanka Sharma.
Yeah,
well. That's a good 2-ball for Alex.
No tension there, no tension, no big superstar. You've not got John Rahm breathing down your neck, going chomping around the golf course. Rahm, the most intimidating guy, I would say, of the lead players, imposes his big presence on you. It really is pretty strong. So game 34. That's going to be at 135. It is 104 right now, so they'll soon be heading back to the clubhouse. Mark Blackburn just overseeing the final shots.
Going through the balls quite quickly here, Alex.
Yeah, I just think when it's hosing down, you don't want to be hanging around. Just hitting a few different shots there, holding one up against the wind. That's probably like a 5-iron, just a bit more speed. Watch his hips, look how quickly they move. So as we see the tracer there, we're going to once again to find George. George, where are you? Down by the putting green?
Hello guys, we're just coming back from the putting green, and behind me is a very special guest, a very special player. Well, I'm not sure we should call him a guest because he's hosting us this week. Matty Jordan is about to tee off. There he is, the young man from Royal Liverpool for the final time this week. Matty, enjoy the day, mate. Very good. What a great effort from the young man. Such a special week. He was talking earlier about the opening round being the best day of his life. Literally the best day of his life. He couldn't believe the fun and the energy from the crowd. It was so special to watch, and believe you me, Rory McIlroy gets a good chant when he comes onto the tee, but Matty Jordan's about to get a bigger one, I reckon. Away he goes. For the final time, Matty Jordan off to the first tee. Imagine if he could shake things up, make a little run to the day, and then maybe in the week with a top 10 at a major championship. There's so much up for grabs today, not just the Claret Jug, but also the opportunity to lock yourself in for next year's Open at Royal Troon as well. So let's see what he can do today. I'm sure him and all the locals will be wishing for the best. So Matty Jordan, enjoy your final round Sunday.
What I think, Simon, that Matt has the advantage of here, he would have played Royal Liverpool in these conditions before, without a doubt.
There's no doubt. No one would be more familiar. So we'll take a little break and be back just in a moment.
Follow the 151st Open in unrivaled detail on the Open.com and the Open app. Go behind the scenes with Live at the Range from Monday to Sunday of Open Week.
Yeah, that was flush.
Track every shot hit at the championship and get real-time statistics with ShotView. Get minute-by-minute coverage on the go with Open Radio.
are jumping up and down. It's an unbelievable bunker shot.
Follow feature groups throughout each day of the championship and soak up all the action on the incredible 17th hole with the Par 3 channel. All streamed live on the Open.com and the Open app. Get closer to the Open wherever you are.
Just an update on the weather. It's still raining, everyone, here in Royal Liverpool. And that's at the sun. No, it's not the sun. Yeah, a few more of the guys who are going out later. Final tee time is 2:15. Brian Harman, Cam Young, 2 Americans. They're the leaders looking for the claret jug. We thought after round 1, and you know what, yesterday we thought Tommy Fleetwood was going to be in with a shout of that first major champion. I mean, you know what, Simon? Look, he's still not out of it. We've seen stranger things.
That's the spirit you've got to have. If you're the chasing pack, you're chasing a leader who's not got any kind of real cred around being an amazing winner. It's not as though that's Tiger Woods or Jon Rahm or Rory McIlroy. You go, okay, man, they could if they hit the burners, they're gone. They're looking to see if Brian Harman can match and handle his nerves. He handled them amazingly well yesterday, and that will give Brian Harman hope. But the chasing pack will smell blood fast if Harman makes a few mistakes, and the conditions are rubbish.
Tommy, like Matt Jordan, obviously grew up 20 miles down the coast. These conditions won't bother Tommy at all.
No, I think that's right. I think Tommy's going to be thinking, okay, can it get any worse? Like, if it's worse and worse and worse and worse, that's going to favour me. I know this. I've been in this. I've played tons of links golf. I am from here. So, I mean, Rory McIlroy, I don't think, who hits the ball so high naturally, isn't going to go, yay, it's really windy, right? But Tommy Fleetwood, who likes to drill it and has a kind of like a 1-inch punch type of a golf swing, he's going to be thinking, okay, you know what? Look at that. That is a man who thinks that his day can still come. That is not a man who's gone, I'm out, I've already left the building.
He's going to get a lot of wet hair, those.
That is actually a very good point. And I think maybe he conditioned twice this morning and he's just ready for that. So, off at 145 with Sepp Straka. That's not a bad combination for him. Sepp Straka has played brilliantly well, the big Austrian. He really kind of gone under the radar. Then he's going to have Jason Day and Antoine Rosner, Hovland and Rahm, and then Cameron Young and Brian Harman. They go off at 2:15. It is 1:10 now. 1:10, Matt Jordan and Nicolai Højgaard have just headed off.
Usually see Finno, his caddy, in shorts. Absolutely not today for Ian. Waterproof's fully on. Bit of a protein bar going on there for Finno. He'll need all the energy.
That's a Mars bar. It's not a protein bar. Here we go. It's not a protein bar.
I don't know.
Here we go. So in the waterproofs, and thinking about what he could do on those first 6 holes. Scotty Scheffler got off to a good start. I think 4 is definitely a hole to attack. We've seen quite a few guys make birdies, and we've seen 2 eagles, Adam Scott and Bryson DeChambeau. So there are some miracle rounds out there. Scotty Scheffler put together a 67. Adrian Maronk from Poland put together a 67. Those are the best scores so far. Laurie Cantor is going well. That's good for him. He is 3 under par today with the 2 par 5s to go. So what looks to be an amazing score at the moment would be like a 65, right?
Oh, a 65 out there today.
That's going to be an amazing score, and that will be an amazing, amazing score. But then, look, 5 shots.
How does this rain now, how does it affect the longer rough?
Oh, it's going to be, yeah, it's going to be, you will lose control completely over the ball. I think it'll be really, really difficult. So, game 35, Tommy Fleetwood, 145. As we were just saying, out with Sepp Straka. So the Fleetwood game is warming up. The wind is right to left on the driving range again, so it has moved around. The conditions now definitely going to be impacting the players. Caddy's thinking about, okay, boss, it is into off the right on 1. There are plenty of flags out there. The caddies are amazing at judging it. So dead downwind on the 4th hole. which is the old second. So if you've played here as an amateur golfer, if you've played here if you never played in the Open, that's the second hole. So the first is the big dog leg right, that's the third. The fourth is dead downwind and playing at about 360. Adam Scott and Bryson DeChambeau both ripped it straight down by the green. So we will see. The pins look hard to me today. The pins looked easy yesterday, Josh. They look hard today. So I think the golf course is showing certainly some of its teeth, especially if you combine that up with some pretty rotten weather.
What's interesting is that we're saying that Tommy won't mind the conditions. If he gets off to a poor start, the conditions could just get him down a little bit as well. That's the other side of the coin.
Yeah, I think the crowd are going to take Tommy around on this trip. I think that the energy he's going to have from the crowd, because there's a huge amount of people out there, and they will want to have something to cheer for to keep themselves warm above or anything else. So for Fleetwood, there could still be magic. 3-wood off the deck. 225 carry, so that is probably about 25 yards underneath the normal dome golf.
Brian Harman, historically, has not been a long hitter of the ball. Today, the ball's going to go even shorter.
Yeah.
So he's going to have some long clubs into greens today.
No doubt. Hey, listen, this is not a foregone conclusion. So Tommy Fleetwood absolutely hated that, the little wiper. So you can't hit wet balls, Tommy, with these modern golf clubs. Oh, throw it on the ground. Dry it, throw it on the ground. Okay, here we go. So it just slides off. No, I think there's a challenge. Like, this is, I mean, can you imagine that the last 36 holes, Brian Harman's tank of energy must be going down, right? He was amazing yesterday. He had a shaky start and corrected it and increased his lead. Remarkable. No, stabilized his lead. Again today, will there be a situation where he has a really, really tough time? And you're thinking, yeah, there has to be one challenge. The golf gods aren't that generous.
So then you look at the power that Cam Young and John Rahm have. Now they've got a little advantage, I think, over the guys who are there at the top of the leaderboard.
Well, I think Young, I mean, look who, so Brian Harman's out there and he's thinking, okay, I'm going out with Cam Young. He's absolutely amazing tee to green, the best so far this week. John Rahm is just Spanish, amazing, and basically, you know, probably not human as a golfer, incredible. Hovland the same, Day the same. You've got plenty of firepower sitting there going, if I even slightly blink, I'm going to be whacked. If I have 2 bad holes and they have 2 good holes, I could have a 1-shot lead, then I'm going to have a heart attack. So it's going to be really, really tough.
Yeah, it's fascinating. This weather just puts a whole new spin on things. As to when we went to bed last night, I thought, wow, Brian Harman's got, as you said, Simon's got 1.5 hands on the claret jug. It's not that easy as well, and you put all the pressure on as well.
Yeah, it's never that easy. The game always tests you. You know, you miss one putt, the next thing that's going to happen on the next hole is you'll have the same putt again. That's just how it works. You hit one bad bunker shot, the next hole you'll go in another bunker, just to double check to make sure you understand that the golf game always wins. So we're watching Sepp Straka clipping a few wedges. He is going out with Tommy Fleetwood. Tommy Fleetwood's already at 3-wood, so Tommy must be thinking, I'm going to head back up to the putting green, and he's been doing that, having a few minutes with his putting coach, Phil Kenyon. So not everyone has the same plan. 1:45, those guys are off. It is 1:17 now, so just under a half an hour before they go. Tommy, big dog. Le Grand Chien for Tommy Fleetwood. So
I just heard a massive cheer there.
A massive cheer. So we could probably think that Rory is on the set. So Rory passed the first. We're looking for some magic somewhere. And it's a little property, isn't it? Brian Harman's going to hear every single cheer.
Just looking at how the course is playing so far, and the opening few holes are playing tough. 1 is the 3rd hardest, 3 is the 2nd hardest.
Yeah, yeah.
As well.
Yeah, you could have a 3-shot swing very, very quickly. It's an open. It's at Hoylake. It's raining. It's like, you know, there's going to be some magic out there. So this is not all going to be like no ripples on the pond. You don't win an open without it coming back to bite you. So
just looking at 3 as well, there's been 5 players who have had double bogey or worse on 3. That was the first hole I walked this week, and I already thought, this is the second shot into 3 into the wind.
yeah, well, you've got a right to left wind there. I think the golf course has been superb this week. Absolutely amazed, like walking the fairways. So Fleetwood with waterproofs just cruising in around the 170 ball speed. Going to have one more go. The driver will be crucial, and Fleetwood knows it. And he's just trying to find the right feel. He's looking at our dashboard. He's looking at exactly the same stats that you were looking at. So Fleetwood 174, 250 carry. Look at that. Look how much difference the water makes. More water in the air, the rain, the wet golf balls, the wet club faces. So Sepp Straka just kind of cruising in. That's probably a 6-iron. That's a 5-iron. These things, 5 or 6. Played so well, John Deere. Kind of like more of a putting course. Here we go. See Tommy Fleetwood now just clipping a few final wedges away, just calming down, getting the tempo, getting the feeling of meeting the ball off the links turf exactly how he wants, looking at the carry. Tommy Fleetwood.
I hope he goes out and shoots something low today. I think for the fans and for him as well after yesterday.
I'm a Tommy Fleetwood fan. I like the guy. I like the way he plays the game. That amazing Ryder Cup that he had with Francesco Molinari at Golf Nacional. So the Fleetwood range session comes to an end. It's the glove inside the pocket, inside the waterproofs. Tommy is going to go and do a bit of putting. How's the chat going? That's another towel.
There's a lot of Finno's putting a lot of towels in there.
Caddies, really, they're amazing. The caddies, they are the lifeblood of the golf tours. Amazing characters, incredible sense of humours. Keep the balls dry. Okay, boss. Let's go and do this.
Those bags are not light as well.
No.
In this weather as well, they're just going to be
strong and broad shoulders. So what Tommy, I bet you, is looking at is not final messages, but he's looking at the 20 different weather apps. All players have about 15 to 20 different apps.
That is true.
Weather apps. Rich Beam, I think, has all of them, so he's winning, but I have about 6 or 7. And we all watch the weather. So come on, Tommy Fleetwood. John Rahm is there.
There he is.
John Rahm.
Two gloves on for John Rahm.
Yeah, water gloves. Sepp Straka. Just in what looks to be two-tone purple top. One was dry, one is wet. Maybe just change that before he heads out. Big thump.
Always a draw of the ball, Sepp Straka as well. He almost exclusively hits draws, a bit like Chris Kirk.
So it's not windy, but it is rainy. And that adds its challenge because you definitely lose control of the ball. You can get a squirter. You can get it into a wrong place. So the lap of the gods. So Sepp Straka now will catch up to Tommy Fleetwood. They are off at 145. It is 122 right now. So time for a little bit of putting.
Drying off.
Yeah, just a bunch of gloves. Caddy with glasses on. That's annoying. Adds an extra bit of complexity. Oh no, Sepp just going to clip a few wedges off those drivers just to calm it down. pick a target. Riding a wave of confidence from a victory that was very recent. Nice little swing, sawn-off swing.
Interesting he's not gone for any waterproofs on top there.
No. I mean, some people just absolutely don't like them. No, don't get used to the feel. And, you know, Sahith Theegala hated his waterproofs. He can hear them rustle as he slides off the ball, and it reminds
swish
him.
And swish, yeah.
Yeah, it reminds him that of the move he doesn't want to make. So, yeah, it was amazing to catch up with Sahith. If you had a chance to see him, got off to a terrible start and had a good second day, but didn't make the cut. So, drying the face, going out to battle with Tommy Fleetwood. That is in slightly under a half an hour. A team work all based around the fact that you've just got one umbrella and the caddy doesn't get the umbrella. Oh, it's a bit.
Oh.
There's a lot of bits and pieces, a lot of moving parts, aren't there?
It's so much heavier, the rain, than our TV compound here. Just looking outside, it's extraordinary.
It doesn't rain on
you,
Two
climates?
Joshy.
No, never.
Yeah,
never.
It'll be interesting. So we pan out to show you the driving range. In an hour, it will be absolutely dead. But it has been the hub of the week. We are live at the range. Going to be interesting. So Brian Harman will soon be down for his warm-up before a very, very big day in his golfing life. The biggest day. And we will be back in a moment to bring you that.
We're told that the weather forecast for today is kind early on, with the possibility of some wet weather later. I think Mother Nature kicks it up another notch.
Quite extraordinary. Quite a moment. Not long now until Brian Harman and Cameron Young come down to warm up. So we'll wait for that. George Harper Jr., where are you, mate?
I'm just doing the walk that all these players do before they get to the putting green and first tee, and look who it is. It's soaking wet Tommy Fleetwood. A long day on the rain for these guys.
Do you feel like it's clearing up a little bit, George, or is it just keeping teeming down? What's the news?
Hey, Brian. Brian Harman doesn't think it's wet. He's happy with it. But there's a bit of brightness, a little bit more brightness than when we first caught up. So there's positive hope.
Yeah, okay. So for Tommy Fleetwood, it needs to be an amazing day. Just seeking a little bit of shelter. Final change of clothing. Get himself dry and ready before he goes. So for Fleetwood, that bridge takes you over to the putting green. George, he's always done that, kind of keeping his routine very consistent.
Yeah, he's certainly got a routine and he's been sticking to it all week. He's looking very happy. He's looking calm and relaxed. I think he knows that he's got nothing to lose today, so if he can just hover up there and get some sort of number and just hope that Brian maybe comes back. And you just want to be trying to lead the second pack, don't you? You want to lead the rest of the field.
So Tommy just going through some organisation there, final organisation. So we will head back to the driving range. John Rahm and Victor Hovland will be going off at 2:05. Cameron Young and Brian Harman, the final group, at 2:15. It is basically 1:30. John Rahm with his rain gloves on. Fast hands, fast swing, needs to probably feel as though he's got maximum control over it. He's a big, strong guy, and he only has one thing on his mind. It's a fierce looking face, isn't it? It's a face with very much one intent, I get the feeling. So waterproof's on, 2 gloves on. Incredible. So John Rahm is going to have a much more smiley Victor Hovland. Always got a smile on his face and some talent, and he will win an Open. I really believe that. Been working so hard on his swing all day. Every single day is a good day for Victor Hovland. Working a little bit on just a softer right arm fold, so a little bit maybe feeling as though the 2 rigid arms get a bit stiff, kind of block him out. So just kind of softening up that right arm. Been working with, there you go, a winter glove that goes up into the spokes of the umbrella. There'll be about 3 of those in there, and you just rotate them around. So those are super. So flick-flocking backwards and forwards between John Rahm and Victor Hovland. John Rahm now, watch the pace of this. Legs like tree trunks. 6 under par and 6 behind, but he's got momentum, and nobody in golf wants to have John Rahm pounding down their neck. So Brian Harman is maybe lucky to go out with a very charming Cameron Young, and maybe a bit unlucky for John Rahm not to get that 1 extra birdie and get into Brian Harman in the last group. So Rahm is thinking, I am going to put the squeeze on. Victor, you and I are going to put an amazing attack on this guy. We're going to have so much energy in our group. We're going to make tons of birdies, and we're going to put a clubhouse score together where he's going to have to look at that and navigate the out of bounds that is on 18. So Rahm clipping away. Snappy and pure, and an amazing ball striker. Not a one-dimensional player at all, the total opposite of a one-dimensional player. If the shot calls for a low fade, it's a low fade. Back left pin, high draw, amazing shot maker. And when he's got momentum, walking behind was Brian Harman. So Brian has now come down to the driving range. It is 1:30, so that is 2:15 his golf. We saw yesterday he ran it very close, basically like just walked onto the driving range, had a few putts, left the putting green, walked straight on and hit the first tee shot of his 3rd round. So Rahm, penultimate group on the last day of the 151st Open. 2:05. Right before Jason Day, Antoine Rosner, the excellent Frenchman, Fleetwood and Straka are on the putting green. Brian Harman, every single spotlight is on Brian Harman. And what is he thinking about? He's thinking about, is the rain going to help me? Is it going to hurt me? I got to stay in my own little bubble. And there it is, confirmation. A 5-shot lead. An incredible up and down yesterday. A very good third round. It started off with a wobble, but it was quickly corrected. So Harman's first shot of the day, just a few little clips away. It's a neat action. He looks calm. Rahm just looks mean. He just looks big and mean and sort of generally dangerous. And Rahm has got sort of like those eyes. Sevi had those eyes, and they can pierce your skin and freeze you. So Rahm working through, just building up his swing speed. It's just going to be a warm-up. This is the day for a warm-up. Warm up your muscles, get used to it. Maybe it's a little bit less speed than the full day when you're just in a warm climate, one level. This is going to be a different thing. I think the Rahm swing, it's a big, fast swing, but it's a shot maker swing, and I think he can handle the varieties. There you go, Rahm and Hovland, they're on a different club. So Victor is probably hitting a 9-iron there. If that's a 150 carry, I think. He's just changed clubs, so that is probably a 7-iron from Victor. Just changing clubs. Another glove goes up. So what you do is you take your Velcro off and you just hook it up, and then you just keep rotating it around. And you might have 5 or 6 of those, and after 4 or 5 holes you might give one to one young kid who's in the gallery, and you bring out another one. You just keep rotating it through. So it's all about keeping dry, and it's a battle, and it's the caddy's worst nightmare. The umbrella, the gloves, the towel, the grips have to be dry, the heads have to be clean. And this will be the 2 guys in the penultimate group. There you go. Rahm and Hovland for company. So it's going to be pretty interesting. It is 1:35 right now. That means that Shub Sharma and Alex are just about to go. Then 1:45 is going to be Fleetwood and Sepp Straka. After that, 1:55, Jason Day, Antoine Rosner. Those 2 guys are at 5 under. Hovland's at 5 under. Rahm is at 6. Those guys go at 2:05. Last group of this Open Championship is at 2:15, and that's Cameron Young, who was amazing yesterday, and Brian Harman, who's been amazing all week. Rain is pumping it down. Guys going through their warm-up, trying to find the feel. How is it going to feel today? Where's the wind? Where are the pins? Where can I attack? What's a good score? They'll be looking. Xander Schauffele, after bogeying the first, which is just a really tough hole, and the third's a really tough hole, has birdied 2 and 4 and 6. So we know there's going to be some action. Best scores who've come in, that is Scotty Scheffler, who from nowhere must have holed some putts because he made 5 birdies and shot 67. So the 2 best scores are 67. These players are going to know that, going to know where the birdies were. Scotty, Adam Scott, eagled the 4th. He drove the green, drove in the bunker, hold it, eagled the 4th, and birdied 17 and 18. He shot 69. Then there's a couple of 70s, and those are the last of the under par rounds that are in so far. So conditions, nothing like yesterday. Yesterday, I think maybe the organisers were fooled a little bit by the very hostile weather forecast, which did not arrive. We dodged a bullet yesterday. And Jon Rahm lit the place up. Absolutely lit it up and shot a 63, including a 30 on the back 9. And if he could do anything like that that man there. It's hard to follow an amazing round with another amazing round, but if anyone can do it, you've got to be thinking that Jon Rahm is the man. So Rory is out there. Okay. Tony Bello wishing good luck to Tommy Fleetwood, local heroes. George, are you around?
Yeah, it's a good atmosphere down here. Good to see big Tony Bellew. Maybe giving Fleetwood some advice from the corner of the ring. Go smash it out of the park, knock it out. Give it everything you've got, Tommy. A bit of inspiration. This is the last time we get the chance to say goodbye to the local land. No cricket still, boys. Just focus on golf, eh? Away they go for the final time. Fino Fleetwood, the dynamic duo. They've been mates for so long. They've fought through so many hard times and so many good times. Can they give us one big show this afternoon, Simon? Can they do it?
Well, I think that the 15th club, which is, we're going to hear from that in a second, that is the gallery, the adoring fans of the local hero Tommy Fleetwood, must give Tommy a buzz. He's got to feel as though when he steps onto the tee, I just got to have a go at this. I got to have a go. I got to make sure that I just give myself a chance. And the 15th club is going to wave him all the way through to the finish. So if he feels tired, he's going to get energy from the adoring fans who are absolutely packed all around the golf course.
Yeah, it's so special, isn't it? And for him to have a shot again at a claret jug, it would be really special. The crowd can now see Tommy Fleetwood coming over the ramp for the final time. How far behind is he? Is he too far behind? 5 under par. Can he chuck in a 9 under total to finish and hope that there's a little stumble at the top? There's no reason why it can't happen. Funnier things have happened in the game of golf. Funnier things have happened. He was in a similar position at Royal Portrush trying to toast down Shane Lowry. But Shane was able to get it done at home in style at Royal Portrush. This is the second time Tommy's been coming from behind. Wouldn't it be great to see him start with a hiss and a roar and get a couple of cheeky birdies early? But I can tell you that, if anything, it has lightened up, and here you go. Tommy Fleetwood has made his way to the first tee.
So cool. Okay, Tommy, we wish you well. We really do, all of us. Jon Rahm. Adios, Jon Rahm from the driving range. Head down, music in, and now Victor Hovland, who will soon be heading off to the courtesy car buses. It is 1:41 right now. Victor Hovland and Jon Rahm are heading off at 2:05, the penultimate group. So for Victor, who has got closer and closer to becoming a major champion, he's kind of passing the next tests all the time. Did well at Oak Tree, 3-wood. Can see the carry numbers really down from normal, and he's looking at that. He's looking at the same numbers you're looking at. So 165 ball speed really should go like 255 or 260. So the baby fader. Not that. That's not what he wanted. So just drying off the face, working this from the left to the right. Look at the hands, brisk. Club keeps moving, and top. Does that hold the line? It does, that's what he wanted. Job done with that. And now, Le Grand Chien. going to be looking for like something right around 178 to 180 ball speed. Find a little flat piece. Driving range has taken a lot of hits. Tease it down. Yeah, 178. But the wrong shape. Yeah, sometimes just get a little bit of water on the face, or a little bit of water on the ball, and the combination of the low spinning ball and the super low spinning faces create a slide. So crucial to get your impact point exactly right. Low T, isn't it? Look at that. Good launch though. 11 and 12 is probably standard. That's a nice shot, isn't it? Look at that. Beautiful. 280 carry. How about that curve a foot? That is frozen rope. So low T. Definitely hits down through it. Hovland off at 205. It is 144. Bang. And posed and left and not happy. Give me another. That's not what I am trying to do. There are roars, 100% roars going all over the club. Rory McIlroy, you'll be delighted to know, has birdied the third. I am miles away from the third and I heard it, so incredible. Huge gallery. So Hovland will soon join the battle. Who will hunt down Brian Harman? Oh, Jon Rahm has returned to the driving range, so maybe just a little comfort stop there for Jon Rahm. He's back to finish off his session. That's a 3-wood off the deck. Big unit, isn't he? Seriously. It's a big golf swing, that, isn't it? Look at Rahm and Hovland. What a treat to see that in our screens. Forged by nature. Nature is having a little bit of a say today. It is hosing it, but no wind. Great. Two gladiators about to go off to battle around a test Royal Liverpool that has been magnificent this week. Just absolutely amazing competition on a great golf course that is the Open. Hovland hammering them down there. Rahm like a flash of hands. Legs like tree trunks. Perhaps some wedges. Rahm, the power. Hovland is leaving. Gonna have a chip, gonna have a putt, dry off a little bit. Rahm, big dog. Final few. Just watch this. The flowing motion of Rory McIlroy is really a sort of a swing. And this is like a punch, a 1-inch punch. Have a look at this. So, going to be kicking in right about a 180 ball speed. Just watch this. Just the way the wrists work and the legs work. It's so strong. It's so strong. So powerful. And that's one of the things, like, for junior golfers, you got to go out there on the good days and the bad days. Alfie, do you hear that? So yeah, you got to learn your game in all different conditions. So for junior golfers, get out there, work your skill, learn how to master the conditions. That's a crucial part of it. Forged by nature, that's our message. It's a sport to be enjoyed equally on all sorts of different conditions. Accept the challenge, match your game. So a man who has got the biggest challenge in golf so far this year. What can Brian Harman do? What is going through his mind? How do you keep loose? How do you avoid the enormity of the situation? He was amazing yesterday. And if he's equally amazing today, he could put it past the spectacular chasing pack. He is leading by 5. Cameron Young is going to have the pleasure of going out there in the last group at 2:15. So under there, Cameron Young, he has been absolutely unbelievable. By far the best player from tee to green, but not so far with the putter. So here we go. What's going to happen? Can he turn this around? Can he make some magic? There's a chance. So, interestingly enough, at that very moment, Jean van der Velde just walked right past my booth. And it was Jean van der Velde who lost to Paul Rory. 10-shot change. Amazing. Cameron Young up and hold and hips. It was a drill that he used to do, and it was just really a sequence drill. The pause that became part of his game. Harman, brisk, compact, clean. Where will be his challenge? It will come. There will be a moment, a crossroads today, maybe one or two. 2 clubs down on the ground, really working on the combination of aim and ball position. Working on his game, just getting a feel. So Cam Young's a much bigger action, isn't it? It's just a huge action. And there is movement on the leaderboard. The chasing pack is restless. The peloton will attack today because they have to. 5 shots, they've got to chase him down. They've got to put a question in his mind and challenge him. Wet face there for Harman. Moves out of, okay, so here we go. This is like a routine on the course. So he leaves his drill away from the sticks. Can I find the same feel for aim and ball position without the aids? Be so interesting to see. We are live at the driving range, and from our team we've had George Hopper out on the golf course, we've had Di Stewart with guests including Peter Finch. I think we're all on comms now, and it's been an amazing week. Absolutely fantastic viewpoint into kind of an area of the golf course and the tournament that was completely hidden from sight.
Yeah, it's been an absolutely fantastic week to get unparalleled access to the players. We're looking at Cam Young. Brian Harman, tipped by Pete Finch on my right-hand side to win the Open Championship at the beginning of the week. Is the gentleman on the right-hand side with his 5-stroke win is it going to be easy for him in these conditions, Pete?
No, I mean, it's not going to be easy for anybody. I think he's given himself enough of a cushion to get this done. Anything around a level par is probably going to be enough for him. But it is easier said than done because, like we've seen it all week, Hoylake, if you are a little bit errant, if you're a little bit offline, if you lose concentration for a second, it can bite you. So if he goes out, plays as well as he has been doing, it's definitely his. But he's going to need to fall back, and he's going to have to get other players flying up behind me if they stand any chance.
George, whereabouts are you, and what are the conditions like where you are?
Yes, well, for the final time, I'm down here in the mix zone where the players arrive, and soon our leaders will be coming in here. And I've just found a lovely little claret joke sign, which is crazy to think that in one round of golf's time, we will be giving the claret jug to a new champion. So it's been an amazing week, guys. We've covered a lot of Ks. I feel like I've run a marathon, but it's been great to do it with you all, and can't wait to let the leaders head off and get out of this rain.
Yeah, the last tee time is 2:15. We've still got Jason Day and Antoine Rosner to tee off at 1:55. 2:05 is Victor Hovland and John Rahm. Rahm with that 63 yesterday course record. And 2:15, Cameron Young, who you can see on your left. And there now is Brian Harman, the leader. 2:15, the final pairing. And Harman, a two-time winner on the PGA Tour. My goodness, tied 6 at the 2022 Open Championship. Came very close to winning the US Open in 2017. Brooks Koepka obviously victorious in that. Said he learnt a lot from that experience though, but is in uncharted waters right now, leading this major by 5. Swing thoughts right now?
None. No, he's just getting out there. He's just trying to find the middle of that club, seeing a few ball flights. His driving so far this week, his all-round play's been good, but as always with Brian Harman, it's all about what happens on the greens. His putting has been imperious this week.
Yeah.
It's going to be a bit different now because the wind is picking up. It's blowing in this horrendous rain. So
it's a horrible drizzle, isn't it?
It makes everything so much more difficult.
It really does.
It's the kind of rain that gets you soaked through, as they say.
It does, and the caddies have got a really big job. Simon, just really quickly, in terms of Brian Harman, who we just saw, 44 putts inside 10 feet, he got them all. He said, I expect to get every putt.
Yeah, but you know what? It's going to be interesting, Di, because if you kind of live and die by that putter, right? On the day where it's wet greens and the speed's off and it doesn't all happen, it could give you the body blow, right?
Yeah.
And so Cameron Young has got absolutely supreme skills tee to green. He could, with John Rahm and maybe the chasing pack, Hovland, Jason Day, they will put some heat on. Tommy Fleetwood's not done yet. Rory's got an early birdie. I think the tension is building.
Oh my goodness, it certainly is. Thank you, Simon. It's Rory's just gone on to 4 under par, and we heard that massive roar. George, you're there by the clubhouse, and yeah, what a brilliant job you've done all week. Thank you so much. Getting the players as they came off the course, chatting to them. So take a little bit of respite. Pete, thank you so much for your company since Monday. My goodness, it's been a fantastic week. Brilliant. And this is golfing territory like no other, and also music territory. The Beatles are from just up the road. Today will be a case of Here Comes the Sun, definitely not. The players will have to let it be. They hope it will come together, Pete. But some of them may be saying, help, I need somebody. My goodness. We've had a brilliant time. We hope to see you next year. But here are some of the best bits from the last few days. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Where's the camera? Is it in front of me or behind me?
It's one just in front of you, just there, yeah.
Well, can you see that?
No, that's
like
fake.
A lion's mane.
That's not you.
Colour of those pants, Rory, it's like a soft little salmon. Dusty pink, okay.
Rock and roll bag for a rock and roll player.
You were watching this morning?
I was watching this morning, yeah.
Was there nothing else to watch?
There was nothing else on TV.
There's nothing else on.
Right. Noel Horan checking in. He's just here for one day only.
That is the clubhouse.
What a swing.
That is a great action.
Oh,
this is just
goodness
a little
me.
bubba. Look at that. He's grown, hasn't he? Now he's 27 years old. Matt Jordan.
Oh, stop it. That is seriously clutch.
Should be on camera more.
Look at that, wow.
Whew. This is a fun week and it's only getting better.
Different finish through the ball. Ah, look at that, holding it up against the right side. Did you like that?
Yeah, just a little further right than I thought it, but otherwise, loved it.
It's as if we planned this, though. You know, the walk, but we didn't.
As if I was loitering.
Loitering. It's fantastic to have you here at the Open Championship, Colin.
Nothing will calm the nerves quicker than that, will it? Beautiful scenes.
Amazing feeling. Hit the perfect shot. Everything was just perfect for that hole-in-one. I mean, it was a little 9-iron. The wind was in out of the right. I had to hit it soft. I couldn't have hit 8-iron.
I was able to make pars, and it seemed like when I got some birdie looks, I made them, and then to finish with an eagle in 18 was nice.
They could be a boy band. Is that a boy band?
Hi, Jeff.
What about yourself, Ricky?
I'll have two.
I mean, is that like a matchup or what? Are you having that?
Enjoy that drink because that was a seriously hot round of golf. How did you enjoy that today?
It was extremely, extremely fun.
Oh, Tommy, Tommy.
I don't want to brag, but my predictions this week have been absolutely unbelievably spot on. So
Can we see the smug face?
I wish Ricky would have let me know that we were changing to black pants. That would have been big, but other than that...
Just texted you. Yeah, I know.
Other than that, we feel good about it, yeah.
Good
Orange
stuff.
is the new red.
Can I just highlight to our viewers that Gareth, where were you? Where have you been at the beginning of the week?
Well, I don't know if I can say.
Oh, no, he was away, and you were watching live at the range all day Monday and all day Tuesday, which is great. So everyone in my ear is saying thank you and clapping, which is great.
Oh yeah, I can, you know, get the old dancing going, and I will be giving it.
Quite sure.
Bring it on.